Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is August 13th, 2024, and the time is 9:05. At this time, we will have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Rickman, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we get a bigger flag?
Thank you, Chairman. Clerk of the Board, can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Dean?
Here.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Villapudois.
Present. Clerk of the Board, can we have our first recognition or presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We're going to go a little bit out of order this morning, and we're going to first do the recognition by the 4th Supervisorial District of the Lodi House Executive Director, Shelby Young. So I'd like to invite the Chairman and Mrs. Young down to the podium for this recognition, which states, "This is being presented to Shelby Young, Executive Director, Lodi House, in recognition of your dedicated leadership and service to Lodi House. As Executive Director, you demonstrated exceptional commitment and vision while embodying compassion and empowerment. Under your guidance in the past 8 years, by providing parenting tools, lasting life skills, and promoting goal setting with accountability, 370 women and children have achieved independence. Additionally, your pivotal role in securing and utilizing $1,679,013 in American Rescue Act funds expanded transitional housing from 3 to 10 living units. You have made a difference. Congratulations and best wishes on your retirement. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors is pleased to honor and thank you for your many accomplishments presented this 13th day of August 2024. Chairman?
Good morning, Shelby. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, I was going to do a short presentation after this,
absolutely.
so maybe I'll hold all my thoughts
no
for
problem.
there. Thank you.
Chairman Villapudois, if we could go ahead and do the presentation of the certificate to Mrs. Young. Yeah.
How are you?
Good.
So, for everyone here, I mean, Shelby is such a shining light. But no mic? Do I need one? Shelby has been such a shining light in our community, and she's got a husband with the greatest name in the world, Neil Young. So that's who was my son Steven's principal in school as well. Their leadership Lodi class did the fundraiser for the house here about 2 years ago, and to see a bunch of young individuals get together and get excited about a project that actually gets involved in the community and does so much good is just absolutely phenomenal. And thank you. And we're looking forward to see what your next step is going to be. She's going to retire for a year or two, but we've already got a couple of other nonprofits that we want to get her involved in. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Your first and the presentation of the plaque.
When it says 4th District, aren't I supposed to be doing it? I didn't know because you called him down.
thought you had a presentation.
Oh, so you were gonna leave for a presentation? We're gonna fight today.
He's gonna bring the price of the entry down.
So now she'll do a presentation. So at this time, Mrs. Young would like to give a presentation on the allocation, use, and impact of the county funds for the Lodi House.
Yes, good morning, and thank you so much for just recognizing my efforts. And it is it's challenging work, and I say that so that you can continue to appreciate anyone who is doing this type of work in our community. It can feel overwhelming at times, and your support means everything. Before I am going to kind of do an exit, I wanted to make sure I came back and shared with you just the impact of the funding that you have awarded Lodi House over the last 3 years. Just a brief overview for those that might not be familiar with Lodi House. We have a shelter program that's about 4 to 6 months where we're focusing on stabilizing families, mothers, specifically mothers with children, and securing employment, helping them save money, and reaching some family and housing goals. We do have, thanks to we've expanded our transitional housing, which is a 1 to 2 year program where the graduates from the shelter program can continue to work on building a network of support, get case management, and just continue to progress in their independence. And then after graduating from there, we have a lifetime alumni network where they can continue to receive resources, especially if they hit a bump in the road. What we know is life happens, and just because you go through, you're 2 years out, things still occur, and we want to make sure that we have the support in place so that we don't end up back in where they started. And so that's a little brief overview. So yes, over $1 million was awarded to Lodi House. And just quickly, I know you have a busy day. We have 4 shelter locations. I just wanted to give you kind of an understanding. These are all on the east side of Lodi. So we have 3 transitional units, we have 4, and we have the shelter, and then down the street we have another 3. This is the house, and there's a triplex in the back. You awarded us funding back in 2022. We purchased this property. We put new roof, security cameras, paint, flooring, all those things with those funds, and it has been utilized, all 4 of those units. We recently had 2 people graduate after being there 2 years and are now living independently. We were awarded additional funding, as you can see there. The non-county funding went to redoing the exterior siding, and then we expanded our laundry room, created a ramp and a security system, and upgraded actually flooring inside and things. So that was really a wonderful upgrade. The last time we were here, back in January of 2023, you awarded us another $766,000, and we purchased this property, put new roof on, had to build a new landing, updating flooring, security cameras, and paint an exterior, and that's another 3 units. So I just wanted you to have a picture of where that money has gone. It has all been spent and recorded. But what's most important is really that impact of so what? You improved all these buildings, you received more buildings. So last year, we were able to serve 60 mothers and children utilizing Lodi House's shelter program, and 78% of those women who entered Lodi House did not return to homelessness, and I know that that is one of the key pieces, right? How do we do that? As far as transitional housing impact, we housed 40 mothers and children last year through our transitional housing program. And that was a 40% increase over last year, obviously because of all of the additional units that were purchased. We are revitalizing East Side neighborhoods with our properties. We're changing the perception of low-income properties by having that accountability piece, and we're building family-focused communities. And as I reported earlier, that we had 2 mothers who did move out of that transitional apartments that they had lived in for several years and are now in independent, their own independent. So they're taking that stair step to independence, which is our goal. But I know nothing tells more about our impact than really hearing from someone that has benefited from Lodi House. And so I just wanted you to hear from Jamina. She came to Lodi House, I'm trying to think, about a year ago. What's really amazing about her story in so many ways is her son was in foster care, and the person that was fostering her child was actually a Lodi House graduate. And so connected us, and Jamina now has her son full-time and is living in our transitional apartments, but I want her to be able to, I wanted her to share a little bit of her story because she's amazing.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Jamina. I came into Lodi shelter after I got out of recovery program because I was like, in the grips of the fentanyl epidemic, and I had lost my son. I didn't really have any visions on what the future held, I was kind of just lost. After I got clean and sober and everything, I heard the Lodi House, so I applied. And so I went there, and it was Crystal and Shelby and a couple other women who were working there, and they were so positive and just encouraging. And they were like, if you're willing to do the work, we're willing to help you. And so I stayed there. I ended up getting full custody of my son, which was never supposed to happen. We were never supposed to be reunited, because there's that 1% chance of any fentanyl user who actually succeeds and makes it and does something with their lives, But Lodi House, they just believed in me. So we just kept pushing forward. Then I got a job, full-time employment. Then I got custody of my son. Then I graduated. Then I moved into my own apartment. And so, and when places like these, are able to get the funding and do what they do and have special people like Shelby and Crystal there, and people like you guys backing them, it really changes the dynamics of a family, because my whole generation after generation has been adoption, foster care. This is the first time we're in my bloodline to we're together for the first time ever. So, because of Lodi House and the support of you guys. So that's all I really want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lastly, I want to share with you a new program that we're starting. I'm going to actually, Crystal Wright is our program director, and I'm just going to let you speak to this real quick.
One of the things we're trying to expand in our transitional housing is getting women really focused on careers. Most of them start with entry-level employment, but that doesn't support a family long-term. And so we have created an internship program for any of our graduates who are interested in going into social work of some kind, where for a year they can intern under our, we have an MSW on staff who's supervising them, and they're being able to get some job training, mentorship, hoping to develop their leadership and just their confidence that they have the ability to really enter into a career and to give back. And so that's something new that we've just launched June of this last year. So we have our first individual going through our internship program, and we're hoping that we can continue to expand that.
So thank you for your time today and your continued support of Lodi House. We are making a difference together.
Okay, Shall we might have some comments from supervisors. Supervisor Ding, I'll let you start out.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Jamina.
Say that again.
Jamina?
Jamina.
Yes.
Jamina. Shelby, what I liked what you said at the very beginning is you said, you showed the houses and you said, this is what we bought, but That's not what we did with the money. That's not the goal. And I think it's quite frankly the way every dollar this board spends with nonprofits. How do you measure success? And Jimena, that's how you measure success. So congratulations. Welcome to life.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Canepa?
Well, I sound like a broken record, but it's always, hey, what are the outcomes? What are the outcomes? Hey, do your job, do it well. And here's a case, you know what I mean? And it warms my heart that you're here and that you're doing well, because your experience now can help others. So that's the goal of what they're trying to do, is to teach you a trade that you have so that you can go out and use your experiences to help others. And it's that lived experience thing that I think is huge. You might not see it, but what they're training you to do is to go and help others that are in the same situation that you've been given. So this is just an awesome day. So thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing. Sad to see you go, but you know what I mean? Obviously, you have qualified folks to hold the baton. So thank you very much for coming and sharing, because that's big too, that you're able to get up in front of all of these people and share. So I commend you. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to really delve into this for a second here, and please humor me. Shelby, how many years have you been part of this program and led this?
A little over 8 years.
8 years? It's a terrible question, and I hope the number is 0, but how many mortalities for people that come into your program, how many people have passed away while going through treatment or services? Any?
No.
Thank you. That's a great answer. I was really praying for that. And I'm telling you why that's important, okay? And I want everybody here, and this is such a fantastic opportunity, I want everybody here that we are taxpayers in America. We have a housing first model for homelessness that has between locally a 25% to up to 40% mortality rate within 5 years of entering the housing first. Do you know we've never, in my 7.5 years here, we've never had one single individual come from any of those programs and talk about their success. The model that you have, the engagement, the compassion, the services, and at one point I brought down St. John's director, Michelle Steeb, to come down and talk about their program, which sounds very similar to what yours is. And you're nodding your head, so you're probably maybe a little bit familiar. But to have transitional housing, to have a shelter, transitional housing, and to have support services, so that you're part of a network of independence. Really is being the goal. But I just want to say that, and we've got a couple of new supervisors that are going to be here much longer, and Supervisor Rickman another 4 years. But I can just tell you right now, the success that you exemplifying. And Jimena, for you to come here, thank you. It was very brave to come in and just here, but your smile says it all. So really the success, but I want to really feature and understand why we, this board, are so steadfast in working on the solutions for the homelessness, because we have failed when we keep waiting for the federal government to fix it with the housing first. We had a homeless czar, as he'd like to call himself, that proposed not one initiative that did one thing different in any capacity in San Joaquin County. We wasted years and hundreds of thousands of dollars and even millions of dollars. We've never had a success story come forward here. But just a little bit of help that we were able to give, and your vision and the work that you're doing, and Crystal, the full Lodi House program, I want to celebrate it. And Chairman, thank you. I just want to take a couple minutes on that, because this has been such a frustrating issue, but so many of us can recognize, thank you, results, salvation, opportunity, and a new future that changes the trajectory of your life and your family. So congratulations for making those hard choices, but seeing it through, and thank you for what you offer to so many, as it speaks volumes in the lives that you're affecting. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. And great to see you again. And, I've been on this board now this year, 4 years. And, seeing the great things that you've done, Lodi has, realistically been the model for San Joaquin County. What you guys have done up there is just, very inspirational. And all the help that you've helped me with women and children, you can't say thank you enough. So great work there. And also congratulations on your retirement. now is the time to go spend time with the family and enjoy life until you, like Supervisor Ding was talking about, you jump into another nonprofit or whatever it may be. But until then, hey, enjoy life, and you earned it. And I just want to say congratulations, Jamina, inspirational story, and congratulations, and, we're proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Well, Shelby, I just want to say thank you for all the years you've, given your life to, and for women, and, providing a good life for them. And Jamina is just an incredible example. And I remember a couple of years ago, you helped me. I brought in a lady, and you took her in, and Crystal, you were very helpful. And it's a beautiful situation what you're doing there. And I want to thank you and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Well, it definitely takes a team. Like, I appreciate that you complimenting me, but
Yeah.
obviously I could not do it by myself. We have the Lodi community, we've got you as supervisors supporting us, and I'm hoping that that will continue even when I'm not there.
You have a great team. Thank you very much. Clerk of the Board, continue to the next recognition, please.
Next, we have a recognition by the 5th Supervisorial District of West High Wolfpack alumna and Menlo College Oaks women's wrestling, Kalila Shrive, for earning the 167-pound gold U20 Pan American Championship title. And I would like to invite Ms. Shrive up to the podium as we give this recognition, which reads, "This is being presented to Kalila Shrive, Menlo College Oaks women's wrestling freshman U20 Pan American Championship 167 pounds title gold medalist, in recognition of her athletic achievements in the sport of wrestling, earning a gold medal for winning the 2024 U20 Pan American Championship 167 pounds title. Kalila earned her way onto the international stage after competing at the USA Wrestling World Team Trials. At the 2024 U20 Pan American Championships in Lima, Peru, Kalila would dominate her weight class and go undefeated without giving up a single point during the entire tournament. In Kalila's championship match, she tallied 13 points before ending the weekend with her 4th and final pin. Kalila also helped Menlo take home the national title in 2024. Congratulations. This is presented this 13th day of August 2024. Chairman and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. Hey, welcome back. It's been 2 years. I'm going to turn it over to you. You want to say a few words?
Just want to say thank you for recognizing me today. Appreciate that. There was a lot of factors that got me to this point. I went to college and I got to wrestle a whole bunch of great girls. I go to Menlo College, like she said. I was coached by Coach Ayala and Coach Jesse. They've been great coaches and they've helped me really adapt and just grow as a wrestler. And they got to bring us to the World Trials, which is why I got to go to Pan Am's. And because of that tournament, I got to go to the OTC, the Olympic Training Center. I've gone there twice now to practice with very high-level girls. And I thought it was really cool how they had all girl coaches coaching all the girls for the Pan Am teams and the world teams, which I think is a great move in women's wrestling. It's really cool. You don't really see girl coaches, so it was nice that they gave me that experience there. And yeah.
Well, that's very inspirational. Thank you again for being here. And before I make my comments, I'm going to turn it over to our board. So we'll go ahead and start with Supervisor Patty. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. We're going to have
Thank you, Chairman. See, unfortunately, I'm the only accomplished athlete between the two of us, so he doesn't want me to say anything that's going to be real inspirational. But honestly, you know more than any the work, the dedication that it takes, the trials, the tribulations, but to be dedicated as you were, to be successful on the international stage is a major accomplishment and just a building block in your life. So I know that you'll have many great things ahead of you, but great job doing what you've done thus far. It's very impressive. I'm glad Supervisor Rickman brought you here today so we can give you a little recognition. You make our county very proud.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, thank you for taking time out of your busy day and your busy schedule to come to San Joaquin County and spend the morning with us. I think it's important that we celebrate athletes, especially women athletes, so good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean.
Congratulations. I mean, how cool is that? I mean, it's just cool. If you could do us a favor, though, we got to see who the best athlete is. And so after this, we'll have you and Supervisor Patty have a little competition. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to our chair, I'll say some few comments, and trust me, I think this whole board and everybody up here would love to see you pin Patty right in the middle of here. I think we can all pull together like $100 each. But, it's great to see you again. I see you on Instagram, your mom's sitting over there and get to see some of your accomplishments. And 2 years ago, you were here from, when you were in West High, Best High, right? And what you did at West High at the championship, you're an inspiration to, if you know it or not, but you are inspiration to, a lot of folks in Tracy, especially, the female athletes and also the male athletes, and what you have accomplished, and not many people accomplish in their limited athletic career. So, one thing I'm looking forward to as you progressed into, more competitive, and I don't know how you get more competitive, but as you continue forward, and that would be awesome someday, see you in the Olympics. And, and if that happens, or when that happens, I should say, I expect a ticket to go watch you. But again, and all of us, again, congratulations, and for a job well done. We're proud of you in not just Tracy, but in San Joaquin County as a whole. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our chairman to say a few words.
I just want to say congratulations, and thank you for being a true role model for all these kids that, aspire to be true athletes. Keep it up, and look forward to seeing you in the Olympics one day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, now is the time for public comment for items that are not on agenda within the jurisdiction, not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, that are not listed on the agenda, minutes or consent calendar, and closed session. Our first speaker today is David Aviles.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm up here this morning again to say thank you in representation of Mr. Tino Adami, Purple Heart, and Ms. Sarome Dio, a Bronze Star recipient and Airborne, 82nd Airborne. Also for Carl Ross. You know, one of the things when you come into Stockton and you come down the roads and you hear the history of Stockton, and there's a lot of bad press about Stockton. But for us, you guys have been so generous in working with us and helping us. And now when people come down the road and they see Master Sergeant Richard Pittman Highway, they're gonna take pride in their veterans, and they're gonna see the hospital as they go further up the road and see all the things that you guys have made happen for us. So for that, I just wanna say thank you one more time.
Also, thank you, Chairman, Board. Also, back in 2011, the city of Stockton put 2 highway signs honoring women veterans. Now, highway sign will be on I-5 honoring Master Sergeant Richard Pittman. Let the San Joaquin County know that they care for veterans. The board members care for veterans. Thank you very much, and from our hearts, from the post members, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for your support to our veterans and its causes. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Our next speaker are Veterans for America, I believe. Anyone? That's the America. Veterans for, I can't read the last word. Sorry.
Got to the chairman and county board of all supervisors. My name is John Easter, Pastor John Easter, and I've been in the community. I'm sure all of you have talked to me one time or another. And my reason for here is to receive support. I'm building veteran housing. Oh, thank you. For men and women. I've been a nonprofit for over 20 years. We started this program in 1999. So I've been like the underdog, but I never give up. I've been boots on the ground just like I was in Vietnam, and we never gave up. I just want to give you one incident that when I was in Vietnam, I was wounded, shrapnel, and also I broke my leg. And at that time, we couldn't get to the doctor at the time, so I had to tie it up real tight and walk on it for over a month with a broken leg. So, and I had a lot of help through my ordeal in Vietnam. And one thing we did do as veterans, we stuck together. And I just thank God for those veterans who helped me through some of the things we went through. So that's why I give back. I've been giving back to veterans on my church. I'm probably one of the only churches in Stockton or in Northern California has a veteran at the very bottom of it. Veterans Forever. It's been there since I built the church. And that's how I honor God's people and also veterans, just like the centurion soldier in the Bible. I am dedicated. If you give me a chance to support me, you will see the results of my work. I need support. And it was only $15,000 we needed just to get our permit. I talked to Mrs. Jolly, and we've been in conversation, Tom Patty and elders, to get us started. I've been giving out, we own the land. We started, we got the plans, the permit is ready. Give us a chance to show what small people can do. We're not asking for a large facility, just a small facility to get started. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been helping so many people. I've worked with judges, Judge Barber, and she's been to my facility to give me support. And I'm just asking for a small amount to see the results. And if you go to look at my my website, you'll see CBS News. I think it was Mrs. Wolf. She also gave us a support, and she wants to see the results. I got 25 seconds. So I'm just asking for support. And you know my work. I've been there. Never gave up. I never will give up helping veterans. I know some of the people from Carl Ross too, and I was just over there the other day. And my just by giving your heart I give my heart to my church, to my people, to my veterans, and I'm asking again for a small amount. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Cardinelli.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Alleluia, alleluia, alleluia. An excerpt from Psalms. Keep me far from the way of deceit. Grant me the grace of your law. Do not deprive me of your faithful word, since my hope lies in your judgments. Let those who fear you rally to me, those who understand your instructions. My heart shall be faultless towards yours will. Then I shall not be ashamed. The wicked may hope to destroy me, but all my thoughts is of your instructions. I do not turn aside from your judgments, because you yourself have instructed me. In July of this past year, a former sitting president was attempted to be assassinated upon. Thou shalt not murder. It's a double negative. It breaks all the rules of grammar, but we as a people do not stand for such acts of violence against our politicians. I call upon St. Michael to watch over our former president and all of you gentlemen here. St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our defense against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of heavenly hosts, by the power of God, thrust into hell Satan and all others evil spirits who will prowl about the world seeking the ruins of souls. Amen. I'm going to break the glass ceiling a little bit today, so I apologize if this causes you some grief. In 2019, the global corporations with some of the largest powerful companies in the entire world came up with an agenda. They're calling it the Big Kill. The CCP has taken over the UN, our federal government, and most of San Francisco. It is a very clear and present danger to myself as a practicing Catholic. In addition, jihadist terrorists are taking out Christians in Nigeria, the Philippines, and all across the United States. Mexico is a war zone. There's been a biological weapons agent released upon our people thanks to the iniquitous acts of people who are elected to be unwilling and to have wanton and willful misconduct to not act to protect the children. Adults have been murdered, and so have elderly people. I'm calling today for a motion of emergency work stoppage of the San Joaquin County Environmental Health Department's immunization program. There is a failed consumer product that is injuring people's mRNA, their genetic material. They will never be the same. Thanks to people like Dr. Peter McCulloch and Healing for All Ages, they have a remedy. They can stop the toxic poison from replicating in the peptides. I ask for God's mercy and your compassion.
Our next speaker is Molly Watkins.
Good morning, gentlemen. So on your agenda at the end of the day is the Election Advisory Committee recommendations. There's two recommendations there. One is to reduce the drop boxes to 13, which you all know that we have 25, 27, 28, 29. The reason for the reduction would be time for employees to do other things, look for other ways that fraud can happen, or to secure our elections, or to make them accurate and count them correctly. The other thing that we could do is save some money. We're only required to have 13 by law, so why do we have more? And the second thing is very interesting, and this body talked about it before with the sheriff, and that is to dedicate an officer to enforce the penal provisions of the election code. And as you know, the DA is working on prosecuting people for stealing things. And once you start prosecuting people and slapping them and putting them in jail, the rest of the people pay attention. So it's the same thing with the election code. If we can dedicate an officer's time to going after people who do things that are not legitimate or lawful, then maybe we can cut down all of that bad behavior and have secure and honest elections. So 2 easy do's. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pam Wagner.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy to be here. I'm Pam Winger, and I'm a resident of San Joaquin County as of 35 years ago. And my issue is with the drop boxes also. There are 13 drop boxes required by the state of California, mandated. That's 1 drop box per 30,000 registered voters here in San Joaquin County. Their last election in 2022, 18 boxes, only collected 6,929 ballots. And the top 8 boxes only collected 19,448 ballots. The California election law requires 1 pickup every 96 hours, excluding Saturdays and Sundays from day 1 to day 10. From day 11 through the election day, every drop box must be picked up every 48 hours. This requires time, energy, and money. This is a waste of taxpayer dollars for the extra drop boxes that we have, and it requires only 13. As I said, we have 29, 28. I repeat, we only need 13 drop boxes in this county, which is what the California has mandated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Armando Rodriguez.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Armando Rodriguez. I am an advocate for the formerly incarcerated and for mental health patients. This is my first time I've done this because I was incarcerated for 25 years. But I'm also an executive director of a nonprofit that I created while I was incarcerated called Patients for Patients. I did 20 years and I ended up in Pelican Bay, and then from there I was sent to a state hospital. And now I've been recently, I've been released, and I've been doing community work here in the city of Stockton. I understand that you guys have a homeless issue going on, and I would like to help. So I have a proposal here for you guys, and hopefully you guys hear me out. I'm not funded, and that's it. That's all I got to say.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll grab the binder if you go too.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker is Ronald F. Owens, Jr.
On April 14th, 2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans." That particular quote is still on the White House's YouTube channel to this day. I just checked a few minutes ago. Hello, my name is Ronald F. Owens, Jr. I worked at the California Department of Public Health between 2009 until the time that I retired on December 31st, 2023. During the time that I was at CDPH, I warned management about the dangers of COVID-19 vaccines. But unfortunately, they made it about me and not about the 40 million Californians. So I retired, and I am sharing with you, and I've shared with 57 other boards of supervisors in a July 29th memo that I sent to you all, and I copied the clerk of the board, the dangers of COVID-19 vaccines. In that particular communication that I sent, I cited 3 studies in Germany, in Japan, in Italy. There are millions of doctors who have been silenced and because they have been warning about these vaccines. Matter of fact, I have to leave in a few minutes to join a conversation with doctors from Canada, United States, Mexico, Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand. According to California Health and Safety Code 101025, it states, the Board of Supervisors of each county shall take measures as may be necessary to preserve and protect the public health. I'm urging you, as I've urged the 57 other county boards of supervisors, to cease promoting, administering, and distributing COVID-19 vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Elifias.
Good morning, Board. On July 28th, 2024, a young 29-year-old San Francisco police officer, Luciano Ortega, died unexpectedly while playing rugby. I spoke to two EMTs at a coffee shop about the COVID-19 vaccine, and other EMTs in other states have been speaking out. They've course, these two local EMTs said they've been seeing lots of strokes. And according to Dr. Peter McAuliffe, he had a speech in front of the EU Parliament, September 13, 2023. He mentioned several things. The COVID-19 virus was engineered in a joint US-China lab in Wuhan, China. He concludes that 73.9% of deaths after the COVID-19 vaccine are due to the COVID-19 vaccines, which contain dangerous spike protein and the mRNA. And he mentions the COVID-19 vaccine causes heart inflammation, myocarditis, cardiac arrest, heart attacks, strokes, blood clots, cancer, miscarriages, and many other disabilities. And I asked the county public health and the board supervisor to stop administering or recommending the COVID-19 vaccine or booster shot. Hospitals across California need to stop this. It is causing death and injury. And I turn to the local agenda, discussion item number 4. Please accept the Election Advisory Committee recommendations. Limit the drop boxes to 13. Save some money. Get an officer to prosecute what's going on with the voter fraud. This is real. There's other people being arrested in other states the past couple of weeks and past months for committing voter fraud. It's a serious offense. So please, discussion number 4, you need to vote for yes. And there's lots, and I'm going to go back to the COVID-19. You look at the obituary in Lodi News Sentinel and probably other newspapers, you will find young victims. And it's happening. So we need to stop administering this vaccine. Now let's talk about fentanyl. The communist Chinese government is involved in a fentanyl crisis. As I mentioned before, they're involved with the Mexican cartels in distributing fentanyl across America. They've been talking about it in the US Senate and Congress right now. They're targeting this stuff. They know what's going on. There's people on the border talking about it.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Joey Ferrari.
Morning, gentlemen. California law says you must have one drop box for every 30,000 registered voters. Let's say at the minimum number we're required. Let's stay at the minimum number we're required to have. For argument's sake, let's say 13 boxes, because who knows what number it will become by November 5th. It won't be 25 in the general election, that's for sure. FYI, the top 8 drop boxes collected 19,448 ballots. But here's what happened with all the other drop boxes, which prove all of our additional boxes are a waste of the ROV's time and money. Well, really our money, because that's where it comes from, and those paying the bill are having great financial difficulty, which never seems to be taken into consideration here. ROV needs to start operating within a reasonable budget. Anyhow, we can see we can see that the additional boxes are a waste of time and money because the registrar's office did 22 collections in the last election cycle of these extra boxes. Please note that California Elections Code only asks for one pickup every 96 hours, excluding Saturdays and Sundays, from the 1st to 10th day. Then day 11 through the day of election, every 48 hours during the business days only. For these boxes, there were only 18 boxes that received only 6,929 ballots in all 22 collections. What a joke. Basically, there isn't any return on investment with the boxes that are more than 8. So given the state minimum requirements, please go with the recommendations of the EAC. If you don't, then we have to ask why, because this is common sense. It's a no-brainer. I also want to commend the board for supporting Prop 36. People like Alex Alaferis have spoken about this, and I'm glad you guys are listening to that. It shows that it pays off to advocate to your local government and not sit on the state sidelines. Many of us actually know what is going on and should be heard. Thanks again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Henderson.
Good morning, board. It's good to see you again. I haven't been here in a while, but good to see Tom, good to see Miguel, and good to see Paul. I'm here today. My name is Paul Henderson, Sr., and I've been a in-home supportive services worker for 7 years. I'm also a proud member of the SEIU Local 2015 Bargaining Committee, and we are working to secure a strong contract for our fellow home care providers in San Joaquin. I live in the city of Manteca. I think Mr. Rickman, you covers that area. Oh, all right, Patty. And I currently provide for a friend there. Also, I got involved with this program many years ago, and now I'm stepping up to help. I figure it's my nature, and I've discovered the deep calling for this work. Caring for another human being is incredibly rewarding, but it's also really challenging. Our role requires immense patience and love, two qualities that are the foundation of successful IHS care. To make ends meet, I've had to take on additional jobs. I dream of one day when I can focus solely on my caregiving role without the added financial stress. A higher wage is essential for IHS workers. It's not just about personal financial stability, but it's also about ensuring that we can continue providing the crucial care for our community needs. The demand for in-home care is growing in San Joaquin County, and we must invest in the workforce that makes it possible. I urge this board to collaborate with us to negotiate a contract that recognizes the valuable contributions of the IHSS workers. By investing in our workforce, you are also investing in the health and well-being of our community. Thank you today for this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Vicky Escalante and David Pascalis.
Hi, my name is Vicky Escalante. Good morning, board. I am also, like Paul, I've been in healthcare for 17 years. Oh, sorry.
Well, you're not on your
Thank you. I started this, I worked for AT&T for 25 years, and as time went on, my mom needed my care. So for 17 years, I took care of her, and then during the pandemic, I unfortunately lost her. It was a very hard time for me, but then I continued to take care of others outside of being a family member. A lot of us take care of family members, 80% of us take care of family members, and the other part, we take care of strangers that need our help. It's so hard to keep our our workforce stable, because no one wants to do this work for $16.50 an hour. It's not a living wage. We have to, like Paul was saying, we have to go out and find other work to make sure that we have the monies that we need for food and gas and all the living expenses that we have to provide for our families. So we're asking you at this point to please negotiate with us for a fair contract, and hopefully we can get through this very painlessly and quickly, and we'll all be happy in the long run. And thank you so much for your
Thank you.
time.
David Pascalis? Okay. And after David, it'd be Cindy Cuevas.
Hello, Board. I am David Dascalos, and I'm a general contractor. We took out permits for the Heinbuckle Bar on Tracy Boulevard, and the owner of the building rents it out as a building, as a bar, and a residence on the side. Whoever rents the bar buys the bar permit, to serve alcohol. Well, on our blueprints, we've put Tracy being a bar and for small dining. And now we're having problems because it's been a lapse in time to continue being a bar. So what we're asking is that, to reestablish it, I guess, as a bar. The building in Tracy, buildings, noted as a bar. They noted on the plans, they noted in their paperwork, and they put it on their permit that it's a bar. And now we're because of the lapse between the permits for buying the license for booze, they're not going to consider it a bar anymore. So we'd really like to. And the building's over 100 years old, and it's always been a bar. So we would really like the board to continue the building as being a bar versus just a rental building. So that's about it for me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy Cuevas?
Good morning, gentlemen. I would also like to put my support behind the EAC recommendation to decrease the number of drop boxes utilized. They are, especially unmonitored, they are just a possibility for people who don't really care about obeying the law to stuff them with illegitimate ballots. If they're unattended, especially. I would also encourage the Board of Supervisors, if you haven't already, get your money back for the primary election in which the video surveillance didn't work. Drop boxes need to be surveilled one way or another, either by video 24/7 available to anybody in the county who wants to log in and look, or by human attendance. I have a feeling human attendance would cost a lot more. In some states, I think it's Virginia, requires 24/7 monitoring of drop boxes, and I think they meant people. Maybe they mean video as well. I would also encourage you that if video surveillance is chosen and it goes down, for any drop box that cannot be surveilled, that drop box is locked immediately, and directions left for people who might want to use a drop box at the next closest one available. So thank you very much. I hope you will all strongly consider voting yes on that recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jim Hicks, and then after that, it's Greg Cockering.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jim Hicks, and I've been a citizen of San Joaquin County almost 40 years. I am president of the California Republican Assembly, representing them here, and I'm also a member of the Jim Shoemaker for Senate campaign. And first of all, I want to, I think Supervisor Patty, you're onto something there with, we've always known that the private industry can do much better than the government can at most things. I think on that housing situation, I think you're right on, Supervisor Patty. So I hope you will continue to pursue that, putting those billions of dollars into the private sector that can do such a much better job. Second thing I wanted to mention is I've heard continually said that we come here and we ask you things that you feel your hands are tied. And I think on the agenda item we have with the lock boxes, the minimum is 13, which would be fine for our county, rather than 25. So we're not asking you to do anything beyond what you can do. But on the reverse, why would you do something that you don't have to do when you know your citizens would not like it? So we'd encourage you to vote yes on keeping the lock boxes at the minimum of 13. And the last thing I want to mention is about 3 or 4 years ago, I gave each member a book that was called The Doctrine of Lesser Magistrates. Probably none of you have read it, so I gave a summary this time. It's a 2-page summary. Hopefully you can read that, because I think it's very enlightening. And in case you don't have time to read that, I'm going to just read a couple of things from that. The lesser magistrate doctrine declares that when the superior or higher civil authority, which would be you, or would be like our state government or our federal government, makes unjust or immoral laws or decrees, the lesser or lower ranking civil authority, which would be you, representing us, citizens, has both a right and a duty to refuse obedience to the superior authority. And that's what we've been coming here and talking about. We don't want to be here as adversaries. We want to be here to work with you against unjust and immoral laws. And a lot of these are nonsensical laws that we see coming down. So that's what I want to encourage today, is a cooperation between citizens and the board. And we would want you to know that we've got your back. If you go up against some of these immoral and unjust laws, we're there for you. We'll be behind with you. So I thank you for it, and have a great day.
Thank you. Greg. And our next speaker after Greg is Saul Ortega.
Last name is Gearing.
Gearing, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I'm also going to address that agenda item, the Election Advisory Committee on the back. If you'll give me some clemency, I need to get to work. So I support the recommendation to limit the number of drop boxes to the required minimum. I'm also concerned about voter fraud. It's a reality. We had the Con case here in San Joaquin County, and there are a number of cases across the country. Drop boxes make it easier to commit fraud. They're not monitored, or they're poorly monitored. They open up the door for people to cast multiple ballots on behalf of voters or non-voters. They're very risky. Voters in the county can already vote by mail, which is secure. They can vote in person, or they can vote in the 13 mandated drop boxes. I just urge you to take a step in the direction of election integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Saul, our next speaker is Juan Diaz. So continue, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Saul Ortega. I'm here because I have a really long time to try to open the business in Tracy. Only the thing that is missing for me for open the business is PCN approved. It's a letter to sign. All the rest we have really ready to continue to, but we have some block to sign the PCN, the letter. That's why I try to ask you guys the help to approve the PCN. So I try to do everything under law as possible, and I try everything they request. So I'm just waiting for that letter to sign. The zone, I think the district is District 5. It's in Tracy. Yeah, and I'd really like to resolve these things because it's costing me money and time and everything. You know, that's why I asked to you guys' cooperation.
Okay.
If it's possible.
We'll have somebody get a hold of you.
Do we have your name and number to the clerk? Do we have his
We
information?
get your phone number. We'll have somebody from his office call you. And can you clarify PCN, please?
The PCN, yeah. Oh, he's got
All right.
the PCN. Oh, because he's helped me to do everything.
Okay.
But he's in that list.
Okay. So Juan, you're next.
Yeah.
Come on forward,
Okay.
please.
Thank you.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here in front of all the distinguished people in front of me. We are here for a request per ABC to get a final clearance from you guys, what is called the PCN, Public Convenience and Necessity letter from you guys that has been delayed for a couple of different reasons. One of them is the legal interpretation of the permits that have already been issued to this location since like the 1910s. This particular building has been permitted by the county with a use permit, a liquor license, and everything, and it's currently right now licensed by the Department of the Treasury tax collector with a business license. That we have had an issue with a certain employee with power from the county that says we have a difference of interpretation of the rules and regulations. I guess this would be a question for the county council. I am going by the ABC Act. I have it here, the latest one, and we are doing everything by the law from the state, the ABC, and the county to have all our permits in order, which we already do have, except that it has been delayed because of the actions of a certain individual within the county that we have a disagreement on the interpretations of what exists as far as the zoning, the permits issued, and the current land use. Okay, and I would like to have it clarified because I'm doing it all by law, and it is my interpretation that we are legal conforming, and there's no issue as to why this individual is delaying our permits. The sheriffs have signed it off. The police department of Tracy has signed it off. The community development department gave me a letter saying that they can't issue because they have no authority to issue a PCN letter. So I was requested by ABC to bring it to the Board of Supervisors, which is a governing body, to make a determination on the PCN letter. And as it is my understanding, there is no such procedure in place because from what I have researched, for the people that should have this in place, a PCN, they're not being given any clearance from the Board of Supervisors for them to get a PCN letter when they should have. Nobody's following the same rules, okay? So all I ask of you is that
please do a legal investigation as us for getting the PCN request for ABC and to clarify the zoning and the legitimate existing uses.
Okay, sir.
Please.
If you can please leave your number, we'll have somebody from District 5 call you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ne-
I have the use permit here if you guys want to see it. And
if you
I
can-
also have all the documentation, including the PCN request, okay?
If you can just leave your phone number, don't call you.
Give it
Thank
to you later?
If you can please leave your phone number with the clerk.
Oh, sure, sure.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gianfranco Cordy. Then after that, it's Christina Cordy.
Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Board of Supervisors. And I just want to add a couple things here as the owner of the bar that we're talking about. These are our tenants right here, Juan Diaz and Sal Ortega, who wish to continue a business that's been established there for over 40, 50 years. And you've already heard from our contractor, all the licenses that were taken out for the remodel. But here, what we're only asking for you is to allow them to get their approval, the last step of the ABC requirements, which is the PCN letter, Public Convenience and Necessity Letter. And that's basically what we're here. But before my father speaks, I'd like to just give you just a little brief history of this building, because I know some of you probably went there when you guys were a lot younger as a local bar. So this bar here is 11714 Fink Road in Tracy. It's always been a bar and tavern or club, and it's also known as the Hide and Buckle Bar, which you probably know. It has a rich history of consistent operation and compliance under the Corti family. This is my father, Gianfranco Corti, and I'm Christina Corti. Parents bought the bar back in 1997. It's always had a grocery store, the bar, and rentals there. It has served various tenants and maintained its status as a bar and tavern through diligent adherence to regulations and community needs. This has always been recognized as a legal and permitted bar. The establishment here remains a vital community hub. It's always supported the local workers, and it fosters social connections. And what we seek here is to continue this legacy with future generations. So let me just give you a little bit more background about the property. Number one, we've always had it insured as a commercial for the past 30 years. The bar has always been established, also under all the inspections and everything, as a bar tavern. And I have documentation from the insurance that it's always been an insurance company, or it's always been insured as a bar. We also pay unsecured taxes for the equipment and the supplies there. They've always been paid. Remodeling, we went through an extensive remodel, and you spoke to my contractor, David Dascalos. We've always had the fire prevention certificates of compliances. The South County Fire Authority has also inspected the current tenant.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much for your time. We'll have somebody call you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Just
sir.
ask a question, might
Okay.
help Supervisor Rick Mannion.
You want me to say something?
That's what he's applying, Juan Diaz and.
Is there a
Sal.
liquor license attached to the current tavern right now? Or did the old owner take the liquor license with him?
No, there is not a liquor license now.
Are you
but it-
applying for an 87?
He
What,
is applying for.
87?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Okay.
Let's
Which
not,
is
we're
my
not gonna
guy.
hit him right now. Our next speaker is John Demarinis. I'm sorry.
Let me say good morning, first of all.
Okay.
And I hope you excuse me my English because my English is very poor. And that's why I talk with my daughter, my contractor, and all of my friends that then they're supposed to be renting the place. And
And I'll be honest with you, Kurt, you're honest, then I do not understand what I'm supposed to be doing next to the bar, because then I did everything what the law require to remodeling, fix it, and make it legal to be rented. And now I find out at the very last point, I'll be honest with you people, then I do not what they wanted. But if I do want to know, if I want to know, then what they wanted, I believe it, and I should continue and do it. But everything at this point, to me, is done, 150%. So I'm here legally. All right. Well, this is my son-in-law, and I believe he wanted talking about better English than me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, board. As you know, we are here for Fink Road, my father-in-law's property. And what had happened was, if I could just sum it all up, apparently there was a land use and zoning issue that occurred due to a lapse of productivity of its use as a bar. Now, that location, that type of industry, hard to get a tenant. There was some structural issues that needed to be tended to. So there was more than an 18-month lapse, which, after contacting the deputy director, she had sent me information that said, due to the lapse in time, that it lost its zoning. So when I researched back, spoke to my sister-in-law, there is a land use permit that was established in 1961, which states that the property continues its use as a bar. Now, on this acre of land, what we have are a bar, we have a supermarket, we have other rental mobile home units that reside on this location. So what its original intended use, that I don't know, but what I do know is that there's a land use permit that goes along with the bar. Now, even though there was a lapse in time, no one was ever brought, that was never brought to my father-in-law's attention at that time. This dates back 2016. So we're talking almost 10 years ago. Now, therefore, after it had been rented, it was used as a club for assembly. They were trying to obtain a liquor license, but due to more extreme structural issues, they had to go ahead and move out. And my father-in-law had spent an extreme amount of money. Now, there was no problem getting the permits or having the contractor do the work. And on all the structural drawings, it was indicated that it was a bar and tavern. So it was signed off as a bar and tavern by the city planning department. And now that we finally found, after construction was complete, we finally found the right tenants in Juan Diaz and Saul Ortega to continue its use. And we do have a long-term lease with them. Now we have a zoning issue. And what we're asking for is if that could either be reestablished as a bar, and this way Mr. Ortega, Mr. Diaz can continue getting its use as a liquor, and with a liquor license and running it as a bar, and my father-in-law can continue using it as the rental property as it's always been. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're all done, sir. Thank you.
I finally want to say this, and then I say in the beginning that,
Sir, we're all done, but thank you
It's
very much.
over?
We're all done. All done.
okay,
Thank you.
you want me to go?
No, we're all done. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we're going to recess to closed session. County Council, how long do you anticipate closed session will be?
I would say at least 45 minutes.
Okay.
Potentially an hour.
We'll return at 11:30, so this board will recess for closed session. Thank you. County Councilors, interim report from closed session.
There is. We went into closed session at 10:30. We came out at 11:30. With regard to the Mitchell lawsuit, which is listed on the agenda, there was a motion made by Supervisor Kenepa and seconded by Supervisor Rickman, and by a vote of 5-0, there was approval of a settlement, the terms of which will become available upon request once the settlement has been executed. Similarly, with respect to Schofield versus San Joaquin, there was a motion made by Supervisor Patty, seconded by Super Villapudois, or Chairman Villapudois, and by a vote of 5-0, that case was approved for settlement. Again, the terms and conditions of which will be available upon request once the settlement has been executed. And then finally, with regard to the anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, which is also listed on the agenda, there were two cases, both of which the board approved by a vote of 5-0 to initiate litigation. The motion in both cases was made by Supervisor Patty and seconded by Supervisor Rickman. The parties who will be defendants in that suit will be made available upon request once a service of process has been executed on the two defendants. And lastly, I want to note that item 5 on the agenda, which had to do with negotiation for purchase of land, was withdrawn for now. It may be put back on the agenda at a later date, but it was withdrawn from this closed session and not discussed.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll start with the consent calendar. Item number 18 is going to be pulled by HR. So starting from my right, Supervisor Ding, would you like to pull any item?
Item 14.
Number 14. And that's it? And Supervisor,
Make
I love it.
Rickman happy.
I love it. And Supervisor Canepa,
I just have 23.
number 23. Supervisor Patty,
24, please.
number 24, and Supervisor Rickman.
I'd like to pull items 5 through 18.
Really?
No,
Okay.
just 10. Just 10.
None?
Just 10?
Oh, number 10. Okay, we'll start with number 10, and that item is District 5, approve the use of $2,000 from Supervisor District 5 funds for Master Sergeant Richard Pitchman Memorial Highway signage on Interstate 5 in the city of Stockton. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to, I mentioned the last time in the special meeting, and that told her that I would bring it up here at this meeting, and so here it is. It's an honor to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to item number 14, COB approved the announcement of 17 positions to various boards and commissions. Post-summoncy recognized Carol N. Hadley and set the application date for September 6, 2024. Supervisor Canepa.
Ding.
Oh, Ding, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we get confused all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
I just wanted to say a couple of words. I lost a dear friend in the community, lost one heck of an activist and patriot in Carol Hadley this past few weeks. She passed away doing what she loved. She passed away at the national convention, being politically active. She was a champion in the Hmong community. She was just everywhere. She had the biggest heart in the world, but man, there was a tough shell around her. All the young volunteer women were scared to death of her. And, she's so mean. And I'd say, watch. You just go up and just start kissing her all over her face till she breaks and starts laughing, and then she's all in. So anyway, she will be sorely, sorely missed. For anybody over the age of 40, I got just a quick story. Since I've only pulled one item off the agenda, I can speak longer. So when I first got involved in county politics here in 1984, there's two ways to get rid of your kids: kick them out of the house or just move to another state. My parents moved to another state, so I was kind of adopted by this group of old ladies that worked in the headquarters of this elections office. They'd make sure I had lunch and dinner and made sure I was going home. And anyway, one of those was Carol Hadley, and I was 20 years old. So at her celebration of life, I was doing the math and figured out that Carol actually was only 44 years old at that time. But, you know, when you're 20 years old, you know. So anyway, just so you guys can reflect on how old you are now and what people think of you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 23, Behavioral Health Services, retroactive approval of the First Amendment to Agreement A-22-170 with Citizens Medical Response LLC for medical transportation services, increasing by $535K for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. Supervisor Canepa.
So this was in the 3,300 pages of agenda item that we get Friday night, which I love so much. But my question was, so you have 3 vendors here, and obviously one does a way better job than the other 2. So my concern is why we don't just take the money from the other 2 that aren't performing and give it to the vendor that is performing instead of reallocating money. And I know it's not reallocating because it's budgeted, but I'm just thinking in the future when you do these, and maybe you just, it was a quick question.
Our hope, good morning, Genevieve Valentine, Behavioral Health Director. Through the chair over to Supervisor Canepa. Our hope is actually to continue to use all 3 vendors because, as you all know, movement from our PUF to the other facilities is an increased need. So we have at any given point 24 to 36 individuals outside county hospitals or other locations. So we did not want to reduce any of our contracts at this point in case there is a need to use our other vendors. Instead, we wanted to increase what we had with this current vendor that is allowing us to currently move psych patients and so forth. So we didn't necessarily want to reduce at any given point right now.
No, I'm just saying their leftover money that they
Yes.
haven't utilized, can you put it over to the folks that are utilizing it? And they either find better vendors that in the future, I don't know when their contract comes up, but that was just me thinking more efficient, ways of how county can serve its constituents.
So in addition to that, we've already started reaching out to EMS, who helps us with these templates and our work with our ambulance vendors. And so Jared and I have a meeting next week to actually have a better, more robust conversation with our ambulance vendors who are willing to work with psych patients for the non-emergent transportation.
Perfect.
And Supervisor Canepa, through the chair, what I think you're mentioning is something we typically do where we bring a bundle where there's a line of service for like an Institute of Mental Disease, and we get authorization from the board for the purchasing agent to move monies between those vendors. And that's what we've done in the past, simply because a bid might open up, and if we don't have purchase order space, we're kind of locked. So I think what you're alluding to in this case is maybe when we come back with a bundle of ambulance transport vendors to seek that authority.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Patty.
Yes, Ms. Valentine, how are you today?
Well, thank you.
Good, thank you. Could you identify who's sitting to the right of you?
To the right of me is our Director of Healthcare Services, Greg Dietrich.
Mr. Dietrich, did you get a new haircut?
They took off a cowlick, and it's a little short there, yes.
Well, you look much younger, young man. So nice haircut. I didn't recognize you at all. The voice was vaguely familiar, but thank you. I appreciate it. And this is something that looks like it's ongoing to make sure we're improving services.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 24, EEDD, retroactive approval of program year 2024-2025, Workforce Innovation Opportunity, Act Title I Subgrant Agreement, including current health youth formula funds in the amount of $3.477842, and then pending adult dislocated worker formula funds for $5.828470, totaling $9.306312 for the period of April 1st, 2024 through January 3rd. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, for reading that over. Good morning. Still morning. Couple quick questions, and this is one of these things. We have a pretty significant amount of money here And I know that we've got the Title I Youth Formula Funds are provided in advance of the adult and dislocated worker formula funds for comprehensive youth program activities such as internships, work experience, pre-employment, skill training, basic skill training, occupational skills, training, tutoring, leadership development, supportive services, adult mentoring, follow-up services, and summer employment opportunities. So what I'd love to hear about is, these are all fantastic uses of funds. How many individuals do we have? Do we have results of how many citizens maybe go, how many young adults and individuals go through this, get hired full-time? And I know I'm just laying this on you last minute, but perhaps even come back and give us an overview of the program if you don't have some of this information right now, because it's asking a lot. But I would ask, and I think in the future, because I've seen numbers and breakdown, I've mentioned this a little bit in the past, but I really would like to encourage that when this comes to the board, things like this, we see a breakdown for the use of funds. How many individuals are being helped? What are the results? Like we saw the Lodi House this morning talk about results. They gave us a nice blueprint of individuals that they're working with and graduates and people in the program and such. So that would be helpful, and I think it's informative because we want to take victory laps of what we're doing with the funds.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chair, board members, CAO Sandy. Absolutely. This year actually is a great time. For the first time since WIOA, the Workforce Development Board voted to bring the youth program in-house. So we will have we'll be able to manage that a little bit better. In the past, it was contracted out, and it was really dependent on those contracted agencies to perform. This year, we'll have a little bit more control. To date, we do have, I believe, 30, and we just started July 1st, so our calendar year starts July 1st with the programming, and so we've already started enrolling. We had some that we moved on to this new fiscal year from previous. So we're working closely with all of those programs, and we definitely can provide you with a follow-up with the number of people of youth that have been enrolled in the program in previous years and where we are up to date.
And some of the results, how many people go from some of the programs to full-time employment, perhaps?
Absolutely. We do have that information available. In our adult program, it's a little bit different. I know we've, in last year, trained over 400 adults. Went through training through different occupation, and we do have numbers for that as well. So we definitely can provide you either through consent or through discussion.
That'd be fantastic. And I'd love to bring it forward and, again, talk about the success that we have. I didn't see VetNet noted in this breakdown. Is that part of your program?
VetNet is an program, so it is through the state of California, EDD. So I know that they've started doing that again. It had stopped for some time due to COVID. They did bring it back. They were doing it virtually, but they are talking about it coming back in person in our office on Thursdays.
Okay, and I've just encouraged the resounding success. I was, as an employer, before being on the Board of Supervisors, I would go down and volunteer time, talk with, and what are they looking for? What are employers looking for? And we would do mock job interviews. They had their elevator speeches that they would practice and have down. And the success that that had of veterans of a myriad of ages, young and more senior, it was a fantastic program. So I would really encourage recreating and implementing that again, because things like that, if you're more in-house, the model that they had, just having that 1-minute elevator speech and things that are very helpful when selling yourself as a viable candidate for employment, all very helpful. So, and I know you were there during a lot of that time and probably integrated some ideas for it. So I'd love to find out more about it and be in support of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We are encouraging them to bring back the programming in-house. We do recognize that it is much more effective. Not only do they, have the interaction one-on-one, they also introduce them to the resources that are available to them within the centers. So,
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 18, HR. Create and assign a salary for the new civil service classification of sheriff's. They pulled it. They do want to pull it, right? Okay. Well, they don't want to hear it? Do you want to discuss it or not?
You pull it,
Oh.
and we will bring it back at a later date.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Item's been pulled. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Okay, consent calendar is all done. Would anybody like to make an, would approve? And there's a second?
I'll second.
It's person second. We have a vote, please.
And for the record, this is excluding number 18 on consent.
Okay. Yes.
I'll second that.
And the motion's waiting on Supervisor Patty. And it's approved 5-0. Great. Moving on to discussion, general government. District 3, discuss and consider request of $500,000 in total matching funds for Delta College Student Career Internship Program, 2024-25. Approve agreement with Delta College and related budget adjustments. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to, through the chair, talk and engage with our CAO and talk. Is anybody from Delta College able to come forward and maybe give us an overview on our program that in the past I had introduced to the board of the county and with board support, and it was renewed by this current board to continue our funding for the internship program over at Delta College. So I know this is part of the college's position on Supervisor Canopa's district, but this is county-wide, so this is appropriate to come to the board before us, and we'd love to have Pedro, thanks for being here. We have perhaps
Thank you very much.
maybe a couple students or something here as well.
Yeah, so we have a team with us today. I thought it would be nice to provide that. So good afternoon, I think. Board of Supervisors, Chief Administrative Officer Regalo. My name is Pedro Mendez. I'm the Associate Vice President for CTE and Workforce Development at San Joaquin Delta College. And on behalf of Delta College, we'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you for the review and support for the paid internship program that we know as Excel at Delta College. For the 24-25 academic year. This program makes a difference in students' lives. At Delta College, it's helping students ready themselves for the profession. Since its inception, we've impacted over 370 students at Delta College, making a difference in their confidence in the workplace as well as their professional maturity and development is kind of the key to the program, and really their transition into the marketplace. Outside of the course curriculum, having students enter the marketplace early and gain from that experience, there's nothing like being in the workplace to know what the workplace feels like and gain that level of experience. So with me today, I have the Excel team. Michelle Castanon leads our work-based learning efforts with Brittany. And then we've also brought some students. I believe we have one was still on the way from work. And so I'm going to hand off the baton, and then at any point, I'll ask the Board of Supervisors if you have questions for us. We're happy to take those and entertain those.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. As mentioned, this program has been very successful for us. We've had about 370 interns go through the program over the last 2 years. And we've had partnerships with approximately 100 local employers. And we've been really able and fortunate to build this program for the ground up, specifically for Delta College, and has been a real model for us in sharing. It is one of a kind. We look forward to being able to increase going into year 3, especially as the beneficial opportunities that are moving forward with our students, being able to network and connect with our local employers, and really more fortunate being able to utilize the skills that they're learning in the classroom and skill building out in our local workforce and building our partnerships up here at the college. You will hear from a few of our students on the impact of their program and the results from the success of our internship program. I also want to introduce to you Brittany Belinsky. She is our internship coordinator. I'm gonna go ahead and come. She has been working directly with the program and overseeing it and really encouraging our students and helping them prepare as they go into our program. So I'll let her to say a few words and do introductions.
Hello, good morning. My name is Brittany Blazinski, as Michelle had mentioned. I'm new to this program. I just started in this position in February, and it's been such a pleasure to see the students grow throughout their experience. When they come in at first, they're very nervous. They're not quite sure what to expect, and at the end of their internship, to see their growth has been truly amazing. And so, with that being said, we have a student here today, Kathleen Reno, who would love to share her experience with you, and hers is a good one. So please enjoy.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Reno, and I participated in Delta College's Excel internship program this past year at the Public Defender's Office, so right across the street. As I pursued my certificate in paralegal studies. I also have a bachelor's degree from UC Davis, where I had the opportunity to participate in many other internships, including the Yolo County Board of Supervisors, the House of Representatives, and a few teaching assistant positions. But what makes my internship at Delta stand out was how accessible and impactful it was for me. Something missing in our society today is the opportunity for career mentorship. The Delta College internship program fills a need in the community for job experience, which was better than any support I received at a large university. And I think that this program has done a fabulous job. Building a network in your field of study is one of the most helpful ways to find jobs. This is often very hard to do, even for candidates with degrees. Not only did this program allow me to form connections, but I learned a great deal about the law and was able to show that I was competent and eager to learn. Because of this opportunity, I was offered a job at the Public Defender's Office as a paralegal and will be starting there this fall. This internship has also solidified the fact that I want to go to law school to give back to the community, and this would have been very hard to be sure of if I had not had mentorship and guidance. I want other students to get this opportunity, as it has truly shaped my career path and has reinvigorated my eagerness and excitement to learn that I lost in academia. Thank you for your time, and I'm excited for this program to continue to give students like me the opportunity to get the experience they need to successfully enter the workforce.
Thank you, Kathleen. We do have our other student coming up the elevator right now, but I'm happy to entertain questions or any information that you may.
Yeah, we have a question from Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, please.
No, I too, like Tom just asked of those other people to see the successes, you know what I mean? So we are funding this to see, what businesses, they were kind of categorized on that sheet. But I'm all for this, Pedro. Thank you. I met you at another apprenticeship program. Thank you for the work that you do. And this is great because we see these young people. I was an alumni. I just went to, last week they had the job fair at Delta, and it was amazing because all of these jobs now are online. And they're not very personable because it's, you don't see anybody, you don't have any interaction. And I think this, as much as it costs, and to have to come back, and it's hard because it's out of our discretionary money to do this, but seeing the fruits of the labor of you guys makes it, tangible for me. So that's the question, and how do we do it? How do we get these young people in front of folks so that they get the confidence and that they can interview and that, they could be a vital role in our society, I think is huge. So I appreciate what you do and Delta College for what you guys do in the outreach, and I can't wait to listen to the next young lady.
Thank you very much. And I'll just mention that at the campus, what we call work-based learning in academic speak, but it really means placement, internships, apprenticeship is becoming a focal central point. So we're really coalescing energy around that and centralizing that type of experience for our students. And so we're definitely looking, this is a good start, but my own humble goals is to grow the program each and every year. And I've already put some targets for the team for us to grow. And that means, developing the portfolio around it. But I think that as you mentioned, Supervisor Canepa, that the experience of work is so critical in the studies of students today in terms of developing the professional self. And I think it's something that is remarkable to San Joaquin County. I'm still relatively a new visitor to San Joaquin County. I'm still getting the lay of the land. I've been here for about 6-7 months. But it is a remarkable investment to come into and see continuing to develop. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce I want to bring Brittany back to introduce our student, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. She just got here, ran up the elevator, so I'm glad she can make it. And this is Dazzlin Mangrum.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dazzlin Mangrum, and I'm pursuing an associate's degree in computer networking. And I had the privilege of being part of the Excel internship this past semester. And I got an internship at Crown Enterprises as a help desk associate. And during my internship, I was not only able to apply the knowledge I'd learned in class, but gain real-world experience in the field that I wouldn't get anywhere else. And at Crown, I've been able to receive mentorship in a safe and welcoming environment. Everyone there was really nice and made me feel like I belonged there and were willing to help me. Before this internship, I knew I had the ability, but I didn't know where to get the opportunity to show anyone that I could do this. And I'm incredibly grateful to the Excel internship because I am now employed there at Crown Enterprises as a Tier 1 service desk associate. It's not only helped me learn, but helped me get my foot in the door in this industry that is really hard to get into nowadays. Without the internship, I don't think I would have had this opportunity at all. I think this program is essential for all Delta College students because it gives us a chance to work alongside professionals in the industry and also learn new skills that beyond the classroom that we wouldn't get anywhere else and enter the workforce confidently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So as you see, is just a couple of examples of what the spirit of this was to encourage local businesses and the students to basically meet. We have a lot of students that are unaware of career pathways right here in San Joaquin County, and we have a lot of businesses that are missing out on some of the youth and the bright-minded students that we have at places like Delta College. I will share, there was a story that I believe it's online on YouTube, but I saw another gal that was one of the early on participants that was on government assistance and was attending Delta College, found out about the program, so she did her internship, got employed by the same company, and was able to leave government assistance. And that was a major step forward in her life, and she was just full of tears, and just it was a major, remarkable change in her life and where she was going. So I would encourage the board, and through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Regallo. I believe we had some unused funds, so we're just basically topping off a little bit with some funds from the county, and then that'll supplement where we're at now. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty, yes, the request for the 24-25 school year is $500,000. Last year was also a request for the 23-24 school year was $500,000. Delta was able to use $375,000 for 23-24. So we've rolled over $125,000 into our 24-25 budget that we can utilize towards the 24-25 school year. So the ask would be $375,000 allocation from the contingency budget in order to fulfill the $500,000 for 24-25.
Thank you. So Chairman, I just bring it back to the board for potential renewal here.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And, welcome. It's good to see everybody. A few questions, but I always start off, I graduated from Delta, back in the day. So, great college, also internship. I did internships when I was in college. And, I'm a firm believer in internship. I think this board is expanding on internships here in the county as well. But me personally, I learned more in, internship than I did in sitting in a classroom reading a book. And so there is a huge benefit of that, and that's why we've always voted on this. But I do have some questions, kind of like off what Supervisor Canepa said. I've seen some of the internship programs are listed below, but what I want to see, you talk about accountability, and we talk about audits and so on, and what businesses specifically are participating and where are these businesses located. And that leads to my next question is, what about, we have a Mountain House campus for Delta. So are we using any internships, local businesses in Tracy, Mountain House area, or Manteca, or somewhere around there?
Yes,
Lathrop?
across the county, it's primarily concentrated in the Stockton area. That's the heavy percentage of the employers that are participating. And then we do have a sprinkling of employers through the outer areas like Lodi, Tracy, Manteca, and the likes.
And see, and that's one of the issues I have, and I thought I might have on this, is that, you know, we have two campuses here in San Joaquin County, and it seems like the Mountain House campus gets short end of the stick, you know. And it was, you saw the bond that went back a few years ago, and the Stockton campus got all the money pretty much, and Mountain House campus didn't get anything. So I have some, you know, issues with that. But, and you talk about businesses being located in Stockton, you look in, for example, Tracy. I mean, we have Prologis, which is a, you know, Fortune 500, one of the largest industrial complexes in Northern California. And, you know, we have several Fortune 500 companies out there. And with Mountain House growing the way Mountain House is growing, and same thing with Tracy and Lathrop being the number 1, number 2 fastest growing city in this state, you know, I'd like to see more internships, or at least attempt more internships in South County or even the Middle County. I mean, this encompasses more than just my district. This is also Supervisor Patty's district as well. Instead of just being focused here in Stockton. I appreciate, you know, the Stockton internship, the businesses there, but this is a large county, and we have some, you know, great businesses, you know, throughout the county. So I'm hoping you guys will be reaching out.
Absolutely. I think that'll be our strategy in 24-25. We're looking at specific sector emphasis for each of the areas. So as we focus more on IT, there's a big footprint in IT in the Mountain House area with the Cisco Academy, and we're bringing on cybersecurity out to that area and artificial intelligence. So that typically these internships will locate nearer to the program, and so I can see that happening there. But it is one of the things that we're looking at in terms of how are we being intentional about how we spread across the San Joaquin County region, and that'll be definitely both a focus from a sector perspective and from a geographical perspective.
Okay, well, thank you, and that's just to let you know, this is something I'm going to be looking at very, very closely, mostly next year when, you know, if this program goes, you know, forward again next year, I would like to see, you know, incorporate this whole county. But besides that, you guys are doing a great job. Internship, you know, are great, so I'll be supporting this.
CEO Regallo.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. If I could just follow up on Supervisor Rickman's comments. If I recall, a couple of years ago when we did this for the very first time, there was a way that if employers were interested, they could contact, I believe we provided, maybe it was your email address or maybe it was Michelle's email address, someone's, that if they were interested, then we could get employers, maybe in the Tracy Mountain House area. Because one thing that we did add for the supervisors to know, in this particular contract this year, under Supervisor Patty's request, was to make sure, although I think that most the other ones, hopefully, were from San Joaquin County, but we're making sure that any internship goes to someone that resides in San Joaquin County. But if we could go back to, is there a place that employers could sign up?
There's both our office, and this is one of the reasons why I brought the team today, because it's always nice to see the faces behind the programming. But we also have a management system. We just moved into Geo Solutions, which is a byproduct of LinkedIn for our students, but it also provides an opportunity for employers to either register themselves or contact our offices and register their needs through that process.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I also am a Delta College 57-unit project. I think I graduated. I think I went to Chico 3 units short. I think I thought astronomy was going to be easier than it was. But anyway, that's beside the point.
Supervisors, great choice in college choices.
Did you say you graduated in 1957?
1956.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't even born yet. Man.
And at least you have a campus in Tracy. They're still working on ours in Lodi after 40 years. Internships. So while I was going to school, that's all I did was internships. And you get more out of that than, in fact, I wouldn't be sitting here today. If you don't want to sit here, don't do an internship because you'll avoid it. But I was actually doing work for Doug Woolvite back then while I was going to Chico as well. You can read all the books you want. You can be the brainchild and stand in line with your resume behind 10,000 other kids, or you can go in and actually do something that you can exhibit, plus get your foot in the door, which is exactly what you just said. So congratulations.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just real quick, and just to piggyback off what our CAO was saying, what about, I see our WorkNet folks back there, or EDT2, is that something we could work together or work with Delta on, and when you're talking to our employers, whatever?
Yes.
All right, you do, all right, beautiful.
We do. Patty and I have a standing bi-monthly meeting, and then we cross-pollinate where we may be able to bridge services together. So
Cool.
we have a lot of plans in terms of collaboration and re-energizing some work that began a few years back at the Delta campus. So you'll be seeing a lot more. Again, I without going into too many details today, you'll be seeing a lot more efforts around what we call work-based learning, but it's basically the wraparound services that place students in front of employers and employers in front of students. It has to be a cornerstone to our campus, and it's one of the directions that we're heading as Delta campus.
Yes, absolutely. We are definitely working on our WorkNet Center at the campus. So we do have one on campus. I have staff assigned there, and one of the plans that we've been working on is to get from internship to on-the-job training or continue supporting that student even after they've been hired. So through our program, we will follow them for up to a year, and if there is any problems throughout that year, we can bring them back in and continue to help them. So both programs are working very closely together. So
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a quick follow-up question, and since there is a little bit coordinated effort, I know that when we first proposed this and discussed it, that I believe it's, as is written, we pay up to 70 or 75% of the salary of the intern, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We request that the employers that participate contribute 25%.
Okay, so question for you, because we always like to do more, right? If we're dealing with some of these companies that may be quite solvent and prosperous, I wonder if we can also float out that we pay up to 50%, and they would pay 50%, and that allows us to help more students to get a job for interns. So it's something that's in your guys' hands. And Pedro, I know that when you came aboard, this is a new program. Nobody's doing this in the state of California. So we really did take the lead here in our county. So just an idea of maybe companies would love it if we paid 50%. And I don't want to sacrifice the interest of bringing on an intern, but just a thought that could be floated out.
CAO Regalo.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to answer your question, I would ask Mr. Mendez to confirm this, but I believe, although I think Delta does request the employer to contribute 25%, it is not a requirement in order for them to get an internship. Is that correct?
That is correct. And to add on to the conversation, we do have employers that pay 100% that participate in internship programs at Delta College. So there's a mixed bag, and part of it has to do with when you look at the concentration of businesses in San Joaquin County, nearly 87% of businesses are small businesses. So they're kind of at nearly 87% of employers in San Joaquin County employ 20 or less workers. So we have a high concentration of small businesses. So, even within that, we have employers that are contributing, and then we have employers that may not be there yet. So what we're trying to do is make sure that our students have an experience in their career, and they're not trying to juggle part-time employment with a non-paid internship with going to school. It kind of collapsing their experience into something that's valuable for them.
Okay, but
Director Patty?
the spirit was,
Sorry.
Chair, the spirit of this was that there would be getting some funds coming back in, so that every year it's not 100% the county or Delta, but it is a partnership. So as you're new to it and overseeing it, if we could be a little bit robust in that as well, and then float out the 50%, just so that, again, sometimes the budget might be a little bit tight in San Joaquin County, and this may work out really well that we're getting some buy-in from the local businesses. So let's be mindful of that going forward. It'll be a different board when Supervisor Villaputo and I are gone next year. So, but I think this board, the remaining board members like this thus far.
Director Virgin.
Absolutely. Through the chair, Supervisor Patty, one of the things that we just had last week, a discussion about how we can serve more. Through my program, our on-the-job training, there is a 50% reimbursement to the employer. And so internships through the college, if they're just going through internship, but they're really going for a degree, they don't really work for our on-the-job training program. Those are permanent full-time employment. So vetting through the WorkNet Center and through Michelle's program, which student is appropriate for an internship and which one is appropriate for an on-the-job training, where we could still help that employer, help that student get the job, and then that will help allow us to serve more students and serve more employers, because that's the nature of what we do. So just working together, we just had a discussion last week, about how we were going to expand that and make it so that every single student that comes through that needs assistance will decide, what's the best course of action for them, whether it be going through an on-the-job training, an internship, or work experience, which is another program that we could support.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from anyone else? So now I think it's an incredible opportunity for the county and Delta College. And I think that working with the county, this is producing some good people for our job force. So at this time, I'm going to open public comment. Anyone would like to come forward and speak or have a question regarding this item? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. Any other comments, sir? Okay.
No, just again, thank you for your support for the program, and we're looking forward to continue to grow it and get more employers throughout our community participating in the program.
Great.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve as proposed through our CAO's office.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. The motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, District 3, discuss approving an argument in support of Measure R, illegal substance dependence screening and treatment of recipients of county public assistance. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe through the chair to County Council, we were just ratifying basically what we spoke about our past board meeting.
Well, technically, at the last board meeting, the board voted to put a resolution, to put an ordinance before the voters requiring those receiving general assistance for whom there is a reasonable suspicion of drug use to undergo evaluation and treatment. What you're doing at this board meeting is consideration of an argument in favor of that proposed ordinance. It's in a way of speaking, a manner of speaking, it's a continuation of what you did last time, but it's showing if the board approves the argument or the proponent's argument that the board is in favor of the voters passing that proposed ordinance.
Thank you, County Council. So Chairman, I'll just bring it back to you.
Any other questions from the board? I see none. I'll open public comment. Anybody want to comment? Please come forward. I see none. Close public comment.
Chairman, I make a motion to approve as recommended.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. Waiting on Supervisor Canepa.
It sings jangy, something jangy over there.
The motion passes 5-0. Supervisor Patty is 2-0 today. Good job.
All right.
All right, moving on to item number 3, District 5, adopt a resolution in support of displaying our national motto, "In God We Trust," in the board chambers above the county seal. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll just go ahead and read it off the agendized item. And the reason for recommendation, in God we trust is the official motto of the United States of America and has been since 1956 when President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed a law passed by the 84th Congress, which is attached to this agendized item. The phrase first appeared on U.S. coins during the Civil War. The capitalized version, "In God We Trust," first appeared on the 2-cent piece in 1864. In 1957, the motto was added to paper money for the first time, appearing on the $1 silver certificate. It was later included in the back design of all U.S. currency denominations. Now, some have argued that legislation that invokes God violates the First Amendment's anti-establishment clause, which states that the Congress cannot make laws that establish religion. The appearance of "In God We Trust" on our money was challenged in federal courts. There have been several court cases. The challenge has been rejected by the lower federal courts, and the Supreme Court of the U.S. declined to review the case. A 2010 legal opinion for the Pacific Justice Institute is attached to this agendized item. Further, House legislation and resolution from the 112th Congress are attached to this agendized agenda, reaffirming "In God We Trust" as the official motto of the United States and supporting and encouraging the public display of the national motto in all public buildings, public schools, and other government institutions. We would be joining 147 other California cities, counties, including the cities of Lathrop, which was in 2009, Lodi in 2006, and Manteca in 2022, and neighboring city counties of Stanislaus County, Alameda County, the city of Oakley, as well as hundreds of others across the nation. Now, for the recommendation, it is recommended that the Board Supervisor adopt a resolution supporting displaying our national motto, "In God We Trust," in the board chambers above the county seal behind us, and direct staff to investigate suitable application for this display and their cost to be brought back to the board for final approval. And I imagine the cost to be very, very, very low. So with that, Chair, I'm going to yield my time and submit it back to you.
Any questions from any board member? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. So question is the idea maybe to also amend the seal?
No.
The county seal
No, it's just "In God We Trust" above that seal.
above it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the seal, nothing to do with the seal.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, thank
Anyone
you.
else? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it to open public comment. Anyone would like to come forward and address the board? We have one. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
It won't take that long. I support that. That's a great idea. Thank you for doing that. We need that in our country. I support it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I just want to make sure there's not going to be a picture of you, right? Just "In God We Trust"?
I do have the new beard.
Okay, all right.
So
Great, is there a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations.
We have a first and a second, we have a vote, please. Okay, 5-0, we 3-5 and 0s, we're doing good.
All right, thank you, Board.
Moving on, item number 4, CAO's office, receive recommendation from the Election Advisory Committee and approve an amendment to the plan for formulation. We have Deputy County Administrator Josh Bronco. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Villapudua, members of the board. I'm Deputy County Administrator Josh Bronco. I'm here today to present 4 recommendations from the Election Advisory Committee. These are related to vote-by-mail ballot drop boxes and also allocated positions within the Sheriff's Office. The presentation is primarily intended to inform the board of the committee's recommendations and also to receive direction on specific recommendations the board wishes to consider. I will also recommend the board approve a proposed amendment to the committee's plan for formation. Please note the recommendations from the committee are presented for informational purposes. Staff is not recommending or requesting any action at this time. If the board wishes to pursue any of these proposals, a motion to place it on a future agenda may be made with direction for staff of the affected departments to conduct an analysis and return with an actionable proposal and recommendation. The first three recommendations, all of them shown on this slide, were presented by Ms. Holly Moore, a resident of San Joaquin County, at the regular Election Advisory Committee meeting on May 23rd, 2024. The committee unanimously voted to present these recommendations to the board. Everyone read them? We good? All right, moving on. Similarly, the committee unanimously approved a recommendation to the board to allocate a new position within the sheriff's office to enforce the penal provisions within the California Elections Code. This recommendation was generated by the committee itself. This concludes the recommendations from the committee, and I will now present a proposed amendment to its plan for formation. The plan for formation governs the committee's operating procedures and was approved by the board on April 11th, 2023. To accommodate the committee's desire for a meeting in August, the county administrator recommends the board amend the committee's plan for formation so they may schedule monthly meetings as necessary, except for 60 days before and 30 days after a statewide election. Functionally, this will not affect the number of committee meetings. However, it will support the committee's purpose by creating a clear and consistent meeting schedule, and it will allow the ROV to focus on conducting statewide elections by shifting committee meeting dates away from the election dates. Currently, the committee is scheduled to meet in January, April, May, September, October, and December during statewide election years, such as the one we're in now. Under the proposed amendment, meetings during statewide election years would typically be held in April, May, June, July, August, and December. A redlined version of the plan for formation showing the proposed edits was included in the agenda packet for today's meeting, and this is an actionable item, and it's recommended the board approve the proposed amendment so the committee can schedule its next meeting later this month. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions the board may have at this time.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. You read my mind. One of the recommendations, I'd like to ask if Sheriff Withrow is here. Sheriff, I was just seeing if you were here. I don't have any questions for you.
Good, I got stuck in that chair trying to get out of it, so.
So there was a recommendation to hire a staff member for your department to oversee. Now, in the past, quite diligently, the Sheriff's Department had discovered and investigated some voter fraud activity in northern part of our county. Is there a need, or what do you see as upon this request for a position to be assigned in your department?
No, I really appreciate you asking, and I don't, to be honest, we think we need an actual new position with that. We've asked for a lot of new positions lately, and the CAO and this board has been very generous in recommending those for us, and we do have a group in our Special Services Division that you guys have already approved and given us all the bodies for that oversee that and work closely every time we get people that reach out to us and say they have some concerns, and we work diligently on it. And to be honest with you, with everything that we've done with trying to hire, we are still having trouble hiring people as it is. We're up to about 40 down on the deputy side and still 40 down on the CO side. So as more come in, others leave. And so I don't think we need it at this time. If we get to a point where we actually need to request a body, we will definitely do that through the budget process. Or if it's an emergent thing, we will we will come back to you. But at this time, we really appreciate that support, but I think we've got the team that can handle it at this time, and they've educated themselves, and we've gotten a lot better at looking into these type of things and work closely with the ROV staff as well as our citizens that are involved in this, and so I think we're good at this time.
Great. And so just to be crystal clear here, your department is steadfast, you're dedicated, you have some experience, some knowledge. You guys are constantly in motion, overseeing, working with ROV and addressing citizen concerns.
Absolutely. Anytime anything comes up, we dive into it quickly and investigate it and come up with the facts the best that we can and handle it the way that's appropriate.
Now, the case that was discovered as it related to a Lodi City Council member, that was a very thorough investigation. There was some activity that was discovered that was improper. Of the cases or interests or concerns that come to you in the last several years, that's one that stands out. How many cases that have been investigated come to realization that, yes, there's additional fraud that we've discovered?
Well, we have an ADNI that I believe, Captain Hardy isn't here right now, and I wasn't aware that we were going to move in this direction on this, but I am not aware of any that have come up to the actual level where we've gone criminal on somebody on some type of fraud. We have looked at concerns of voter rolls and things like that, and checking out addresses, and we actually did where we went around and questioned people who were on the voter rolls. We did randomly sampling to make sure that if there was a bunch of people registered at one address and made sure that these were all accurate. And so we look into that, and if we come across anything that rises to the level of what we believe to be criminal activity, we would definitely work with the DA's office and move forward on those. And of course, the Khan case was a very clear case, and that just worked beautifully for us because it was the citizens that found the abnormality on the voter rolls at that time and brought it to our attention, and we dug into it, and as you know, we got a great result on that. But at this time, I don't know of any other further ones that have gone down the criminal route on that, but we continue to be diligent on that, and anything that comes our way, we will dig into.
And so when Supervisor Rickman was reelected, has there been any investigation of fraud on that?
Well, that's we can't talk about ongoing cases.
Okay.
So,
All right, well, thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate it, and what you guys need and the concerns for the citizens are important. So thanks for being steadfast in this regard. It is a concern.
Absolutely, and if I'm a guessing man, there might be a follow-up from Mr. Rickman on this side of the house.
Well, I won't yield my time yet, but stay posted. So I'd like to ask Ms. Hale, I have a quick question for her regarding some of these suggestions or requests of action from us on the board. There's a meeting schedule that's been proposed. Is that similar to the current meeting schedule, or where does that fall in? Based on one of the slides that was up, there was a proposal for a certain meeting schedule. Is it consistent with what we've been doing?
It's a small change, or through the chair to Supervisor Patty. It's a small change based on what we're doing. It's still the same number of meetings, but it's allowing a 60-day window prior to the election and a 30-day window after the election so that we can make sure that we are focused on the election. And something I want to encourage advisory committee members to do is during that window of time, we want to make sure that they have full access to our department, that they are able to come in and be badged and be able to witness and view all the activities during that time. I think that gives them exposure to be able to make great recommendations. Instead of focusing on meetings and presentations and things of that, seeing what's really going on really gives a full snapshot of what's happening in the ROV so that they can make educated recommendations.
Okay. I know I'm going to stir the pot here on this one. I just can't resist, but it seems like since we've done this advisory committee for elections, our complaints have only exasperated or continued without any resolution. So it seems as though we're creating a bigger hornet's nest of problems that are never resolved because we keep being asked something that I would imagine would go through the committee and review and brought to the board for something that's actionable, but I'm not sure if we're gaining ground or if we're losing ground and creating a hornet's nest of issues that are just not being resolved. I'm not sure where to go with that. And I don't even know if that's a question. So I know the spirit of why we did this election advisory committee, but I just don't know that we're satisfying the public's concerns, and that's concerning. I mean, the public, citizens, there are many of them here now that have concerns of the integrity of our elections, and we've got a couple of items that are asked of us, but I just don't know why we've not accomplished anything to satisfy their concerns. So with that, Chair, I will yield, and I'll actually excuse myself for a moment from the chamber.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Ding.
Actually, I wish you'd stick around, Supervisor Patty. Actually, I was going to congratulate the election committee. It's a tough subject to deal with. For some reason, I get to deal with, the easy stuff, the hospital and the clinics and the zoo and the election and one fire into another. And with the elections, it's people are very passionate about, as they should be. We're all proud Americans. We're all proud to be part of this community, and we give a crap. And with that comes a lot of passion and emotion and differences of opinion, which is what I love about this country so much. I would hate to hang out with a bunch of people that agreed with me all the time. It'd be boring. So sometimes you have situations. I'm looking at this list that they came up with, and trust me, I mean, there were Supervisor Patty, didn't attend any of the meetings, so I guess he wouldn't see what, went in or came out of it. But out of all and there's been some, what's that word I love so much this morning? Backlighting, gaslighting, different issues going on. I think they pared it down to some very rational things they would like to see. One of the things that I'll be discussing, and in fact, we just handed out awards, or the sheriff did, to some of his team members for the exceptional work they did, and they did. And I think they've got that covered. But the fact that the committee is looking at, where are we, when I'll get to the drop boxes in a second. The state requires this, we're doing this, we're looking at the number of ballots, dollar for dollar, manpower, did we go too far? We in the past with the Con case, we had a problem. Maybe we should focus on that with the sheriff's department. I thought that was a very rational decision. If you look at the ballot boxes and they're talking about city halls and fire departments, if you look at the list of the top drop boxes, I mean, they were all city halls and communities. So I guess I would like to congratulate the committee from really toning it down and taking the emotion out of it and giving us some issues that we can deal with. The Dropbox, and you know how much I love numbers and statistics, because you can do anything you want with. We were told that the majority of the people voted by, vote by mail ballots. Technically true. They didn't mail them. They took them to a polling place or what have you. So if you really look at the numbers, people still like going to polling places. But here's where I think we can all agree on economics here and manpower hours. And we see how many extra bodies we have to hire during an election because there's not enough bodies, so forth. The state requires 13 boxes. You decided 25. I have a list here of all the boxes and the amount of ballots. And understand, they'll say, well, there's no new cost here, but there is manpower because you have to go to these ballot boxes every, whatever it is, 24 hours, 36 hours, 94, doesn't matter what number I come up with, it'll be wrong. But if you look at the bottom boxes of this extra 12 boxes that this board approved, I mean, the ROV warehouse, 46 ballots. We literally put a a box that we have to maintain, and we have to send staff out, and we have to guard and put security, 46 ballots. Circle K Farmington, 83 ballots. You know, I mean, if you look at the bottom 5, 1, 2, 3, well, let's go 6. Bottom 6, it's not even 1,000 ballots. I mean, that's a lot of manpower and so forth. So my hat's off to the committee. I think they did a great job. Let's look at the economic costs. You know, I think the supervisors, you were doing the right thing. You were doing what you thought was right for the community by giving everybody an opportunity. But looking at these numbers, our resources could be spent better. Our man hours could be spent better. And I think the committee did a good job of demonstrating why we should probably have just done what the state asked us to and not gone beyond that. But I'd rather hear what the rest of my board members think and community input, and then maybe we can take an action item from there.
I do appreciate, you know, the committee spending their time and staff spending their time. One of the things that's been brought up to my attention is that there's kind of been sub-meetings that the chairman has asked for. And I just was worried about Brown Act and how that's going to be done, and whether or not that's permissible and what we've got going. So I don't know if there's been subcommittee meetings or if there's ways that they could do study groups or how the parameters are set for this, because I don't want liability of somebody having meetings and having people that aren't on the committee being engaged in the meetings and this going awry. So if somebody could address that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I can respond, Supervisor Canepa, and then I'm sure County Council can add. So staff, we have encouraged the Election Advisory Committee to work with each other outside of our regular meetings in ways that will comply with the Brown Act. For the simple reason, there's so much work to be done, there is so much information to review, and to meet monthly, let's just say that, in a large group setting for 2 hours, you can only accomplish so much in that time. So there is a need to do some work outside of those areas. Of course, we want to make sure that we're complying with the Brown Act. And I believe right now, my understanding is the chairman, Mr. Amador, has formed what we're calling working groups. So these are not official subcommittees of the Election Advisory Committee, but they are members of the advisory committee, and in some cases, members of the community who are interested in this topic, who are having informal conversations so that they can eventually maybe take a formal action as the actual committee. They are not formal subcommittees at this time. I know that County Council will be, has advised the chairman if this is something he would like to pursue in forming these official subcommittees. It should be agendized at one of their regular meetings and approved as such. So right now they have informal working groups, and if there's a desire to move forward with an official subcommittee, we'll work with them to accommodate that request.
Okay, that's perfect. So, I mean, so on County Council side, that's being addressed.
Yeah, the issue came up as to whether or not, I'll call them subcommittees, might be formed by the EAC and not have to go through the process of complying with the Brown Act, because that requires posting and things of that sort. And so the answer to that question is the EAC, as an advisory legislative body, it under the definition in state law is a legislative body, and it can set up subcommittees, and those subcommittees can meet without having to comply with the Brown Act if the subcommittee is made up entirely of members of the legislative body and is less than a quorum. And so the EAC has the ability to do that, but they cannot have non-members of the EAC on that subcommittee. I've been told, and I don't have any, my understanding is that there have been some working groups which include not just members of the EAC, but also members of the public.
That would not be allowed as a subcommittee. But the flip side of that is, you can always have less than a quorum of any legislative body meet with the public, and there's nothing wrong with that, and that meeting would not be subject to the Brown Act. For instance, if 2 members of this Board of Supervisors were to meet with a member of the public, that's not subject to the Brown Act. And so to the extent that what's taking place on the EAC is less than a quorum of the EAC is meeting with members of the public, that's okay. That's not subject to the Brown Act. They don't have to post the agenda and do the rest of it. So as I understand it, these, we'll call them working groups. I call it just an informal meeting. That's permissible. If they want to make it a more formal advisory committee to the EAC, make it a subcommittee, then they would have to restrict those meetings to just less than a quorum of the EAC.
Okay, thank you. So then the other thing with the sheriff, I mean, so we need to be mindful, because I mean, I hate people volunteering their time and then they say they don't even listen to us. Because that's, you know what I mean, that's not the intent of volunteerism. So I think it's important that we do listen, and I do pay attention, but I mean, on the sheriff's side of it, when you ask for a person, it's not like those folks can tell a county employee what to do, and that's just the fine line that I want to be kept separated, and you know what I mean, because this is a volunteer group, and the people that work for the county are by no means to be told what to do by the group. It has to go through the group to come to the Board of Supervisors. And I think that's just important, that line needs to be, you know, set so that those abuses don't come where whether it's an employee that they don't agree with or whatever, and then it becomes contentious. And I mean, I think that's the thing. So, hey, if we do put a sheriff's deputy on this, it's by no means to be directed by the committee, you know what I mean? So I want to keep those lines of communication open from the committee through the Board of Supervisors so that it's clear and it's defensible. So that's kind of my.
Through the chair to Supervisor Canepa, the structure and the form of this item before you today, my expectation is we'll be following this moving forward to address that very concern, where we are quickly able to respond to recommendations from the committee, get those in front of this board, and receive further direction. And so if this meets, I think that this is addressing your concern, and this is what you should expect moving forward when they do make recommendations to the board.
Okay, perfect. So like the 13 drop boxes, if we're gonna have a reduction, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here. So that has to come back for another meeting.
So, right, and so the intention there is, I don't want us to get bogged down in having staff do all kinds of analysis that perhaps the full board is not interested in entertaining. And so it's to just get those recommendations, present them to the board at the next available opportunity, and to get further direction. If you would like to direct us to look into any one of these recommendations, of course, we're happy to do so.
So having more meetings allows that to happen, that during election years, that what they're suggesting will be quicker to come to us.
I think it's more so just having the procedures in place. We're all working through this committee together. Having a procedure in place where the CAO will bring these recommendations in the same manner that they're being brought today, without waiting for input from, example, the sheriff's office necessarily. Making sure that they're aware of the recommendation, but not asking them to do extensive research and analysis. Instead, getting it before your board in a timely manner so that you can direct staff as the full board deems appropriate.
Right, because that's one of the things, I mean, even us up here, you know, when we start encumbering as a supervisor too much staff time, then it's got to come in front of all of us. And that's my concern. I just don't want this to become where it's creating a whole ton of work, you know, outside of it. You know what I mean? It needs to be mindful of county employees and their staff time. So that's my only concern, so, thank you.
Well done. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And first of all, let me make the record clear. Supervisor Patty was joking earlier about the election. I'm not sure if he's jealous. He never won an election by such a large amount, but who knows? You know, it's, you know, I can't tell with his new haircut if it's Tom or Governor Newsom, so. Oh, yeah.
Perfect timing.
Just real quick, for the sheriff, since you're here, I know one of the recommendations here, the board should ask the sheriff's office to investigate the fraud that may have occurred at drop boxes with a capacity of 1542 ballots, officially recorded as holding 3316, 2293, 1865, and 1693. I mean, what do you think of that? Are you familiar with that?
As far as the number of drop boxes and,
No, it just says, the board should ask the sheriff's office to investigate the fraud that may have occurred at drop boxes with a capacity of 1,542 ballots, officially recorded as holding 3,316, 2,293, 1,865, and 1,693 ballots. So ballots that exceeded the amount that they should hold. That's one of the recommendations, so I just
yeah,
want to.
I'm not personally aware of that. That doesn't mean that my staff and the folks that work with them are not aware of that. So I would have to talk with Art and the team and find out if that's something they've looked at or worked with, or maybe somebody from the committee would know if they've worked with it, or Supervisor Ding if they've approached my staff with that and have looked into that. I personally am unaware at this time.
All right, and, well, thank you, Sheriff. And what is your opinion, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Sheriff, but, you know, it is right before us. But what do you know, there's always a talk about reducing drop boxes. What do you think about that in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Well, you know, I try and stay neutral on most of these things so I can represent both sides, but you know, I think we all want what's just best for our community and best for the county. And I know there are some low numbers in some of those drop boxes, but as we know, every single vote counts, and it's important to everyone. So I know the ROV and her staff has worked very hard on this, and I'm sure their decision to have 25 drop boxes is what they thought was best for our community and everyone who gets an opportunity to vote. Are there downsides to that? Absolutely. I mean, those are vulnerable areas that somebody could try and take advantage of putting in or stuffing a bunch of ballots in there that weren't done properly. I know there's procedures in place back at the ROVs where they verify the ballots and the signatures and that somebody has signed that they were able to had the legal right to be able to drop that in for somebody else. But you know, this system is not perfect, and it's never going to be 100% foolproof. And our goal here is to do the best that we possibly can, and to send a message to those who want to mess with our elections that the law enforcement agency is sitting there waiting to hold them accountable if it's found that they are trying to abuse the system. So when it comes to the number of drop boxes, that's up to you guys and what you think is best for our community. And I will make sure that I and my staff will do everything we can to secure them and make sure that they're safe and it's done properly, and give the advice that we're asked for. And when it comes to security, if it's cameras, if it's posting people there, it's whatever you guys need us to do, we will do. That's what we're here for. But I would like to say that, and bring to everybody's attention, and I didn't say it when I was up here before, you know, one of the biggest things that we do as a sheriff's department is we try and convince people to call or bring up things that they're concerned about, and that they maybe hear about and happen in other areas and want to make sure it's not happening here, or they hear noises at their house in the middle of the night and they call us and it ends up being nothing. Our favorite thing is when it's nothing, when we find out, no, there is no wrongdoing. But as we've seen with our committee, they have brought up some amazing things that ourselves and the ROV have learned about our own systems and changes that we made that made our elections in San Joaquin County, I believe, some of the safest and best around because of stuff that they have found. And there were other things that they've asked us to look into that ended up being, no, those are okay. We're doing this right. And that's what we're here for. We're here for our community to ask questions that they're concerned about, and that we can then look into and find the answer
and say, yes, it's going the way it's supposed to, or no, it's not, and we're going to fix it or hold somebody accountable. So I believe that's what we're here for, and I think they're doing a great job of it. I think our ROV's doing a great job when we bring stuff to their attention, or the committee brings stuff to their attention, or just everyday citizens who call in and ask questions. And I think it's been a good process for us. So as far as the number, a long ways around to the number of drop boxes, we are going to protect them and secure them however many number that you want them there to be.
So if you had to pick a number, what number would you pick? I'm just joking. But no, thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate it. Hey, you guys are doing a great job. Your team's doing a good job, so we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions from the board? I'm gonna open, you,
Yes. Sheriff, don't go too far.
Never gave that number.
What do you think, red and white, blue, that just says PC right on the, I'm gonna get you a new hat. Yeah.
PC Pat.
And thank you for saying that, because I know you've, and your staff have worked very closely with the election committee, and a lot of people just see what when they come up here every 2 weeks, they don't realize how much work they're doing behind the scenes trying to help you out. So I appreciate you recognizing them. One of the concerns that I have that involves, you know, one of the things I love about your department is how much time and effort you put into making sure crime doesn't happen. It makes it a lot better. The biggest concern I've had, not just out of this county, but talking to other elected officials, not just in the state of California, around is the election day provisionals and a potential crime in progress on election day. And correct me if I'm wrong how this works. You don't need identification to vote. So if you register and vote on the same day, the signature using for verification is the signature you're walking to that polling place with and saying, my name is Will Smith, I don't need an ID, and I leave. That provisional goes to your office for signature verification. It's the same signature. How is this something that we ought to be, you know, preparing for and looking for, and more importantly, getting the word out that we are going to be looking this so that we eliminate a problem from happening?
Through the chair, Supervisor Dean, that's a great question. For that scenario, they fill out a voter registration card, an envelope, which is the provisional, we call it the conditional voter registration envelope. Once that registration card and that ballot comes back, we're not checking the signature first. The first step is inputting the voter registration card, the last 4 digits of the Social Security number, the driver's license number that was provided, and the birth date, and checking that against the database. Once that comes back that they can be an active registered voter, we then make them an active voter. From there, we pull that DMV signature over. That DMV signature and the signature that they provided to us are then compared, and then if that ballot checks out, it will be counted as good. But all of that verification has to happen first, so it's not just simply checking a signature, because in most cases, a provisional voter is not on the rolls yet, or something has changed with their voter registration that requires an update. So that step happens first with the registration card before we even go to verifying a signature and counting that ballot.
I'm not asking you to give me the numbers now, but I would like to see, obviously you've done an analysis of what happened in the last election. If I could get a printout of the same day registrations from the last to same cycle and what the rate of authentication was, how many people registered on the day of the election at a polling place and voted, and exactly what happened to those ballots, I'd appreciate that. Anyway, I just wanted to hear that, because I think that's one of the things you're gonna, is with the ballot harvesting, is one of the things that people are looking at is buses going into different, not so much California probably. Well, no, you do have a targeted congressional race here. But being able to pull people for same day voter registration and actually doing, you know, we're looking over here and, you know, they're doing something over here. So thank you.
okay, at this time, we can open public comment. Anyone would like to come forward, please do. Carla Henney? Yep, start with that.
Oh, yeah, I got one in, I forgot.
How are you, Dave?
Good afternoon, Chairman and
Yes.
the rest of the board, CAO, County Council, and the staff, thank you. As you know, I'm Carla Heaney. I am a citizen of the United States of America, and I do support the Constitution, and I'm also a citizen of San Joaquin County. So just to add to what Supervisor Ding said, so the one of the interesting, so we had a box at California State University, Stanislaus. So for the collections from the day the election cycle opened until the afternoon of March 4th, 147 ballots were put in that box. From the afternoon of the 4th to the end of the election on the 5th, 707 ballots got put in the box. Most of that school is online. I don't know where those all came from. We're trying to get the video information from the surveillance. The ROV's office has said we're having some difficulty downloading that, so I'll speak about that in a minute. So what they did, the ROV office decided, even though mandate was every 96 hours from the cycle starting through the 10th election day, and then after the 10th through election day, you can do it every 48 hours. They decided to do 22 collections, which is every day. It took approximately just for the staff of the ROV office to be at the boxes all those days was almost 80 hours. It's not the time that it got to them to get there. It was just the time they spent at the boxes. I actually broke it down that it could tell what was collected each one of those days. It doesn't make any sense to collect that much. And it would save some money. It would save the ROV some time. And if we drop down the amount of boxes to what we need to 13, and if you want those stats, either Supervisor Ding or myself can give you those stats, because I spent 20 hours putting together all this information. Okay, so then the history on the drop boxes, you know, during COVID, of course, we used them a lot. It has gone down every single election since then. Oh, and by the way, so there's surveillance that we had. So it was promised by the ROV office that we would be able to go on time, in real time, to watch the drop boxes 24/7. That did not work. It's still in place for the general election, and I'm asking you to stop that program. It's $40,000 that does not need to be spent, and it's our money, and I don't want to spend it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward? Mr. Bobby Bivens.
My name is, good afternoon, board. My name is Miguel Villapujua. And I'm not that pretty, is that what you said? Anyway, I do want to speak to the fact, and I'm president of the NAACP, and for those of you that don't know what that is, we are the civil rights organization within our county, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and colored people come in all colors. So I want to say that for the record. And also, the concern that we have not only locally, but across the nation addressing voter suppression is that the drop boxes do offer alternatives for people that need to get their ballots in, or whatever the case may be, in areas that are not necessarily concentrated or in safe spots, or what people consider safe spots. The number that we have, I don't agree with my friend Supervisor Ding. I didn't agree with what he said last time, but he has his thoughts about it, and I have mine. And it's the availability rather than so much maybe not getting the best bang for our buck from that perspective, but that people can go. And then we had voter intimidation in the last elections. Now, the sheriff didn't get many calls, but we got some calls, and some of them in particularly from the Lodi area. And some of one of the major complaints that we were getting over and over was police-looking officers intimidating people and going to their doors and asking who were they going to vote for. So we get information that you all don't get because we are a trusted source in communities of color or with people that feel that we'll go out and say what that needs to be said. So I'm not putting what a number is on that. I'm simply saying that that kind of intimidation did in fact take place in our county during the last election. And I'd like for us to pay a little bit more attention to those type of things or additional attention. And I agree with you, Supervisor Campbell. I don't think we need to have a full-time staff person doing that as well. So thank you for my 3 minutes. I needed 7.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much for entertaining this today. And we want to cut down on the number of man-hours that are put into this. We don't need to pay that much to collect one ballot out of a drop box, which is what's happening, especially the first week of when the drop boxes are open. This is a waste of taxpayer money. And these are also dropping down to 13 drop boxes is less to protect. We don't have to worry about protecting so many drop boxes. We can put a better focus on the ones that are there. We have 114 post offices and blue mailboxes around the county already. There's tons and tons of places to vote. So if you can't find a drop box, there's gonna be a blue mailbox or post office by you. So this is not, we don't need 13 extra. We just need what we, 12 extra. We just need the basic 13 and then use your blue mailboxes. People seem to forget that all the time, that there are mailboxes all over the county. So let's not double services. Why are we, as taxpayers, paying for an entire post office system and then also extra drop boxes on top of that? That's ridiculous for us as taxpayers. You know how costly things are right now. We don't need to do that. So, yeah, and I feel like we need to move them into police stations and fire stations, even just the fire stations. Concerning what the gentleman just said here, we don't have to do police stations, but we could do fire stations. That's easy. We could put them all around the county in those locations to keep them safe. And please don't have those cameras up again. Those cameras didn't work. And if they're not right on the person's face, it doesn't work. We can't, who would we possibly track down if they put in, 200 ballots or 700 like we found at Cal State Stanislaus, which is on a dead-end street, that Cal State Stanislaus drop box. It's hidden. It's way behind a building. It's very, very hard to find. I went out and I found it and I was like, what the heck is this doing way back here? You can hardly find it. 700 ballots in one night went into that. That's mule activity right there. Make no mistake about it. That's ridiculous. So we need to cut these drop boxes down to 13 but going back to the cameras, how can we possibly find out who put those 700 in there? We won't know unless the camera's right on their face. We'll never know. These cameras are a waste of time. All right, thank you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Mihal Arab, and I'm very disturbed by a comment that has been made before me, stating that sheriffs, people knocking at people's door, asking who are they voting for. So this is a lie, this is misinformation and disinformation, and I would like to have this comment corrected on record. And I know from the source that sheriffs' people did not ask people such questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Supervisor James.
First off, let me clarify what Mr. Bivens said. Excuse me. He didn't say there were sheriff deputies. He said law enforcement looking, police, what have you. And it's one of these things in this election we got to be careful of, because you tend to be the person that receives the information from people that are comfortable talking to you. Bobby Bivens is a very well-respected member of this community, and the people that are going to tell him things are people that are
comfortable saying something to him. And I think it's something we need to listen, to both sides. I mean, what he said to me that's a little surprising, but I'm going to check into it. So, at the end of the day, again, this is very emotional, and we want to make sure we're doing the best thing we can for the community. We have the right, numbers, ballots, opportunities, what have you, and not allowing elections to turn us against one another, in the end of the day. So let's be careful what we're accusing other people of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Afternoon.
or yes, good afternoon, sorry.
No problem.
I really had no intention on coming up here this late because I wanted to make a public comment earlier and actually didn't get an opportunity to do that. So that's taken up a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds of my time. But what I can say is that earlier we had pledged allegiance to the republic for which it stands. Benjamin Franklin, one of our founding fathers, said that he gave us a republic, and that he gave us a republic if we could keep it. Voting is a sacred right for all Americans. We have people concerned citizens who've approached you on many occasions, and yes, they've been compassionate. Yes, they've been persistent because it is important. It is the freedom of every American. It's the liberties of every American. I heard what the gentleman said, and I may not necessarily agree, but I believe that it's something that we probably do need to check into. Just like as we've approached you, we're asking that you check into some of the things that are happening that are creating or possibly creating fraud in our elections. I've called on, I continue to come because this is a grievance. It's a serious grievance. And I'm standing for a lot of Americans here in San Joaquin County. And we want fair, honest elections. We want those legitimate, eligible votes to be counted correctly. And when we have things that are happening in our country, we're talking about people that are coming across our borders they're actually being given things to vote. And all we're asking is that we look at our systems to make sure that our votes are counted fairly and correctly and honestly. And I've called upon this board, not by myself. I want to help and I want to work with you. I want to work with other citizens in our county because it's just that important. We're on the verge of possibly losing freedoms and liberties in our country. And I just think that now is the time to make an appeal to heaven. An appeal to heaven. In God we trust, and it is God who is going to restore elections to San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Like to come forward? I see none. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to accept the report.
Is there a second?
A second.
We have a second by Supervisor Canepa. I think he beat you. We have a vote, please.
Chairman Villapuda,
Yes.
through the chair to Supervisor Ding, are you also making a motion to approve the third recommendation to update that schedule?
Yeah, no, that's fine too.
So just to be clear, what are we approving?
We're accepting the report and approving the change in the meeting schedule as the CAO and the committee have agreed to.
That's the only thing actionable.
Well, yeah, we would have to come back on an agenda item to do what's right, like take the boxes down to 13 like we should have in the first place.
Okay.
But yeah, we'd have to come back and do that.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. A vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Item number 5, the CAO's office authorized repurposing $5,043,061 of Return American Rescue Plan Act funds to fund various projects for county departments and outside organization. We have County Administrator Sandra Regalo.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so this one might be fun. I'll try and make it real quick and help you understand where I'm coming up with a couple of options to provide the board. Okay, so before I go into the options, I want to give you a little bit of an overview, and this is on our American Rescue Plan Act funds. So if you recall, our county has received $148 million. These funds, all funds have to be obligated by December 31st of 2024 and spent by December 31st of 2026. All of our county funds have been obligated by ways of any amount of funds that has been allocated have come to the board and the board has approved. So the table there is just a list, and I tried to put them in more of categories, a list of where the board has used their funding. So the bulk, there you'll see about $32.9 million are various county departments. In that, you would see the behavioral health. That includes, I think, the mental health pipeline project. Public health is in there. GSD had several projects. ISD had several projects. ROV, ISD and ROV both, that's where we're getting the bulk of the returned funds, and that's why we're here. First 5, they did receive about $6.6 million, housing, shelter, and those types of projects, including like the St. Mary's project. That's a total of $36.2 million. And then we did go out into the community, if you recall, our small business grants, and we tried to do some family grants and different programs, the RAD program, that's all included in that $24.5 million. And then quite a few water infrastructure projects, and that's with Public Works, our parks water projects, and the Groundwater Authority. So that includes the $20.5 million, and then our fire agencies have received $12.7 million, and veterans organizations $4 million, and the rest. So that's where our $148 million have been obligated. So because I know that we have to obligate our funds by December 31st of 2024, I had sent an email to our departments asking them to return any unused funds by June 30th of 2024 for the board to consider repurposing these funds to other eligible projects prior to our deadline of December 31st of this year. So a total of $5,043,061 has been returned and can be repurposed. So our board members and myself, we've all received 13 requests totaling $21.5 million from various county departments and outside agencies. So we only have $5 million, and we have a request of $21.5 million. I've reviewed all of the requests, and what you'll see is what I've considered is previously awarded ARPA funds. So if an agency's already received ARPA funds, that I took that into consideration, and the amount of the new requests. So if it was really large or small, I did take those factors into consideration. So now I'm here to offer you two options. Okay, so, and then I put them on a side-by-side. In your board letter, you'll see them one below the other, option 1 and option 2. But to help you look at them I put them on a side by side. So in option 1, so the column that has option 1 there, well, first of all, let me point you to the column to the left of that. So the additional requests or new requests, that's the column that totals the 21.5 million. So those are all of our requests that we've received. You'll see up at the top half are the county departments, and the bottom half, you'll see the outside organizations. And in that are American Legion, so veterans organizations, our Downtown Stockton Alliance, and then some other outside organizations and a few fire districts. So going to option 1. Option 1 does not include funding for phase 2 of the Healthcare Services Satellite Apartments project. So the department, Healthcare Services, is requesting approximately $3.2 million to secure the remaining funds needed to complete a $15.3 million project. And what also I took into consideration here is, as I showed you at that on the initial slide, a total of $36.2 million, or that's about 24%, has previously been allocated towards housing and shelter projects. So the board's already approved $36.2 million. That's why I didn't consider that in order to fund pretty much the rest of them, because that was such a large, it was $3.2 million and we only have $5 million. So by not approving that, you could see that we are able to fund 100% of all of the other requests, with the exception of the special districts maintenance projects. So, excuse me, with that, Public Works, I've used them, and Fritz has been wonderful to work with. We don't want to leave any funds on the table. So come December 31st, 2024, I've asked Fritz, and he's been able to give me projects that he feels, and these are maintenance projects, that he feels he can get done before the 2026 deadline. And so he has an additional $13.4 million lined up, and there's a number of special maintenance districts projects that total that. And so he can use whatever funding this board can give for that. So in this case, it's used as a plug, I guess I would say. So in option 1, Public Works would receive $136,026. In option 2, the board may very well, if you want to if you think housing is what you want to do, we absolutely can fund to finish off the phase 2 of the satellite apartments, and that means we would fund the $3.2 million, but it has to be taken from somewhere else. And the way I looked at it was, okay, let me look at out of all of our other requests, who has already received funding, how much. If it was a significant amount, I took that into consideration, and then I backed that out. I didn't apply it. So if you take a look at option 2, you'll see the satellite apartments receiving the $3.2 million. Still, the hospital lift station, they have not received any, so it would be that portion. HSA is in there because it does help the community. I know the congregate meals was one that the board during the budget, or even before that, the board was interested in funding. I've worked with Director Woods. I know that he was funded at the 23-24 level, so he didn't need the big ask, which I believe was like $463,000. So the ask is only $150,000 there, and some of those other programs. Oh, one thing I wanted to point out on the roof replacements, it's the Mary Graham, and I've used the wrong acronym. It's the CAC, which is the Child Advocacy Center roof that needs replacement. So approving all of those is another $1,045,000. Nothing for First Five because they've already received $6.6 million.
And looking down at the outside organizations, the only one that we would be able to fund would be the smallest ask there, which is $24,597. So that total, well, under outside organizations total, I can see that should be 24,597, not zero, but the total is 5,043,061. So before I just have a couple of other slides, but before I go forward, are there any questions to my logic? Have any questions of the asks? I'm here for questions.
Any questions? I see none.
I have one.
Oh, Supervisor Campbell.
Sorry. So the 3.2 million, it says phase 2, does that get it to the, is this the one that's on, off of like Park Street?
As far as the location, if,
Is it the
yeah,
one
Director
that's,
Dietrich couldn't answer that. It's,
is it the one that's in the parking lot of the currently off of like American or something?
Supervisor Canepa, through the chair, Greg Dietrich, Healthcare Services Director. That is correct. It is in the parking lot. I believe you might have toured that facility. This would complete a 3-story apartment complex in the parking lot for 37 units. This faces our behavioral bridge housing, specifically our care court clients. And when the care court comes into effect later on in this calendar year, if housing is part of the court mandated care plan, we face sanctions up to $1,000 per day per client if we can't get them housed. And that's one of the reasons we wanted to move forward as quickly as possible with building the second phase there.
And this will get that job, this will get enough money to complete it?
Yes, we have an updated cost proposal, and this would complete everything we have. We've already allocated some Mental Health Service Act dollars. I think we have some extended timelines to spend that, but we have some HAP round 3, the other 5.50 ARPA, but this would complete the capital stack to do phase 2.
Okay. That was the question, because I mean, that's the thing, is what bang for the buck are we getting? You know what I mean? It's kind of down to the nitty gritty. But I mean, we do need that going forward, so, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. So to that point, because I know that when our CAO was presenting that as an option, does the funds that we're allocating trigger other dollars to come in to maximize and build out, or are these dollars all that's needed to complete the project?
This would complete all the capital needed for the project. What is being mustered is $5.7 million of Mental Health Services Act dollars that has to be spent in a certain timelines with some conditions, specifically having a project-based voucher on there. We have a commitment of $900,000 and $923 of HAP round 3. The original ARPA, which was dedicated toward permanent supportive housing, $5.5 million, and this ask of $3.194 million of additional ARPA, but that would complete everything. I know when working with the Housing Authority, we wanted to potentially look at a tax credit round to bring in and leverage other dollars, but given the timelines of having this to be obligated and constructed to use the ARPA dollars, we did not want to delay until next spring to look at outside monies.
Okay, so allocating this funds completes the project. It's not contingent upon receiving other funding.
That is correct, sir. It completes the project and we'll be able to move forward.
And the use of this fund, if this project were to work, does it become supportive housing? It becomes rent-free housing for what clients would we be servicing?
So these would, and Genevieve can help backstop some of this. So the original satellite apartments we use for individuals that failed restoration of competency are managed locally under our CONREP program. And we purchased those apartments. Those might be used for more transitional housing. This parking lot building would be more for permanent supportive housing, long-term housing. And I would say that the value of the vouchers over 20 years that the Housing Authority would supply is about $8 million worth of current net benefit. But
Ms. Valentine, share me a little bit of detail with the board on the clients that would be using this for permanent supportive housing, so that sounds like they're not ever paying rent.
Good afternoon, Genevieve Valentine, Behavioral Health Director, through the chair to Supervisor Patty. So like Director Dietrich said, this is for our incompetent to stand trial and care court recipients in order to make sure that they don't
go back into homelessness or jail. So the idea is to divert into community-based treatment and long-term treatment. So what we would like them to do is stay in transitional housing in Satellite 1 and graduate them into Satellite 2, which would be this housing model. What we have realized and learned with this specific targeted population, when we actually remove them from their community, they have a higher likelihood to actually do poor things. And so keeping them together allows us to have intensive treatment together. And so, yes, it is permanent supportive housing as a part of the transitional program in partnership with UOP and behavioral health.
And Supervisor Patty, to the point, if they have income, they will be responsible for paying a percentage of the area median income. And I think the model was, given the rents, if they had income, that they might be contributing about $261 per month of their own income. So it's not completely free.
That is correct. And it's based off of their SSI.
Right. And so, as you say, you're transitioning them from one phase to the next, and then the next phase is still permanent, or it's a phase to stability, and then they're back out to family or other supportive housing, Medicare or Medicaid or whatever program that might be out there?
That is correct. So they would go from transitional housing with Satellite 1, then move to Satellite 2, which is the permanent supportive housing with approximately $260 of rent, with the idea of being able to then move them on through our services so that we continually have an open bed for that targeted population. So incompetent to stand trial, our ConRep individuals and participants.
Do we have any model of example of how many people, how long they would stay there for 2 months, 2 years, 12 years? What's the idea?
Beautiful question. So Satellite 1, which is transitional, the goal is 18 months, but clinically you can stay up to 2 years.
Okay.
Our goal for the permanent supportive is approximately another 2 years. So if you actually look at LA's current reentry programming, if you do approximately 5 years of intensive reentry housing, they have a less likelihood of recidivizing. And so our hope is to do intensive services for approximately 5 years, keep that housing supports, and so our sheriff's department and other PD don't get involved in their lives, and we can do better supportive services and then move them on long-term. So 5 years approximately between the two phases.
And that's a working model you guys are looking to replicate here?
Yes, that is a working model out of LA based off of their reentry programming that we are trying to model. Now, mind you, Care Court is very, very new, so there is not enough good data yet to see how the Care Court model in of itself is working, but we will be launching our Care Court cohort round 2 in December.
Okay, and then Director Dietrich, you had mentioned that if we're not meeting certain state goals, we're going to be receiving penalties of up to $1,000 a day. How many beds shy are we of the state goals?
So when Genevieve mentioned that we'll be in cohort number 2 of Care Court starting in December, we're looking at other counties. I think maybe some of the volume is not what they were thinking it was going to be. But indeed, if Care Court's a civil process, if part of the Care Court plan is housing, we are required to house them. And this is our outflow there. Otherwise, we face up to $1,000 per day per client. I think it's topped at $25,000 maximum per client, but they could be hefty fines.
Understood, but what's the need? Do we have a need for 300 of these, or we have a need for 30 of these rooms, this type of housing units?
Good question. So if we
I know it's a good question. I ask lots of good questions.
You do. So if we actually look at counties that are similar in size to us that are in cohort 1, their first year, they are actually seeing approximately 45 individuals in Care Court needing housing. So Satellite 1 has 36 units. So by the time we are done with Satellite 2 and the construction, which if we have all 3 floors, which is what the rest of the funds would be, which would be another 37 units. We would then have a total of 60 plus units to have both phases. So as we move through, we will actually hopefully have a little bit more than what we need because we know that San Joaquin County is unique. And so we actually have a little bit sicker population than our cohorts in other counties with the same size. So,
As reflected by the board?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Understood. Great answer. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I agree with Supervisor Patty. Your hair looks good. You know, and so we already gave you guys 5.5 million for this. So what have happened if this money didn't become available?
So the 5.5 million really goes back 3 years ago, when the Board of Supervisors provided the housing
Right,
authority.
I don't need a whole history of this, just for the status.
If it doesn't happen, I think what we'll end up doing is, rather than 3 stories and 37 apartments, 2 stories and 24 apartments.
Okay, and you talk about care court and, require the house if we don't get fined, if not, we get fined. So are we getting any funding for the state? I mean, what if we didn't have any money? What if we're like some other counties? We're very fortunate to have a board and staff who's very diligent on our budget. We do have money, but what if we didn't? I mean, are we still gonna get fined? Is the state gonna give us money to build these?
We will still get fined. I don't know how many, if you know in cohort 1 if that's actually started yet, but it is kind of the prod that the county has to move. That similarly, if we don't lower our number of felony incompetent stand trials referred to state hospitals, we'll be sanctioned for that as well. So it is managing these individuals in the community and maybe keeping some individuals out of the criminal justice system.
How can we, I mean, I don't know, maybe this is something we could look at legally, but how can we get fined? I understand how we can, but, rhetorically, how can we get fined if we didn't have the money and there's issues that we don't have any control over?
Indeed, and I don't know if that's underfunded mandate or that will be litigated.
Now, Counselor, I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, and it's just frustrating. So sorry if my tone's a little off here. It's just frustrating again. We talk about this so often that, these different mandates, be it, Prop 109 and these things that come from the state, these mandates, and they shove them on the county. And, and then, they pay us for a couple of years, and then they pull out all their funding and they go, hey, okay, county, it's up to you now to fund these things. And that's what drives me absolutely insane, because we have legislators up there in the state who doesn't, I'll end it there. I don't want to get too. No, we'll end it there. But, Counselor, just hearing what I said, is there a legal recourse, or is this something we can talk offline? You know what? Well, we'll just leave it there, because I mean, I guess this is something we can talk offline about, because
Sure.
it's just legal avenues, the legal ways to pursue different
Through the
state
chair,
mandates.
if I could, I'll just briefly respond. I'll take a look into the issue as to whether it may constitute unfunded mandate. I know the County Councils Association is looking into some of these issues that have arisen lately with the state seemingly placing burdens on the county without consideration as to where the money's going to come from. In the end, it may simply be a matter of the legislature doing insane things, which seems to be their MO. But whether we have any legal recourse is something we can certainly take a look at.
All right, thank you. And, and the reason for the audience, the reason I bring this up is that, if we don't have the funds at a later time, or whatever it may be, what's our recourse? How do we get money as a government? We tax, right? And you all know, if you watched this board meeting, how I feel about taxes. And I don't think it's fair to burden our residents more than they already burdened. I mean, hey, I can talk about gas prices, grocery prices. I don't know, I'm just like you, my PG&E bill is insane. And, so there has to be a point where enough's enough. So with that being said, I'll get off my soapbox, and thank you, Chairman, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. So I know it's only August, and we only had an election in June where we were screaming about Prop 1 and about how much money it was going to cost. I mean, we're going through the state's going through a change here next year where
you know, while the governor has graciously came in and cleared all the homeless camps out and urged us to finally pay attention and that we have the homeless problem, a lot of the program funding, it's gonna change on the state level. I'm looking at the two options here, and to be just mathematically, you know, when you're talking about the option A, these are programs you can't get a grant, you know, from the state for. For the housing, everything else, hell, where's Hillary Crowley? She'll get you a grant to pay the fines on the grants we haven't gotten yet. I mean, she's that good, so we'll have her do that. But, you know, when it comes down to, well, our council's checking out whether we can be fined for this and that, I think you're gonna be seeing a very large amount of money from the state and from the governor's proposals. They're gonna go into housing and transitional and care courts. I say we take this little bit of money we have and use it for projects that would generally be general fund or I don't know, weird concept, take care of people that have been in service to our community forever and people that are protecting the working men and women of our district for a change. So that's my opinion.
At this time, we'll open public comment. Please come forward if you have any questions. I see none. I'll close public comment. Sandy, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, if I can, I'll just complete the presentation. I have a couple more slides if there are
Okay.
no more questions. So those are the two options. And so today, just in summary, your action today will just re-obligate the funds. Departments, if there are any departments receiving additional funds, they will bring subsequent recommendations to the board, including any budget adjustments or contracts. And then also, so that I won't have to come back to the board for consideration, especially when we get up to the December 31st deadline, because as of December 31st of 2024, whatever we leave on the table, that's it. We have 2 years to spend it, but they have to be obligated to those projects. So I would ask that any excess funds, and that means any projects that are completed between now and December as well. Some of those, because I did have a small amount of one of the capital projects, they returned $71,000. So any type of those types of funds that are returned, any excess funds be obligated to that same plug that I had said, the Public Works Special Districts maintenance projects, so that I won't have to come back. And so recommendations today is if you can authorize the county administrator to repurpose $5,433,061 of returned ARPA funds to fund various projects for county departments and outside organizations. Approve option 1 or option 2 to re-obligate ARPA funds or as directed by the board. And direct the county administrator to re-obligate any unused funds or excess funds from completed projects to the Public Works Special Districts maintenance projects prior to the December 31st, 2024 deadline.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt option A and move forward with county administrators.
Sure, absolutely. Supervisor Campbell, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I just had one point of clarification. Option 1? On the Downtown Stockton Alliance, so these are folks that have gotten the money, so this is them reapplying for more because they didn't have enough funds to do it, because I mean, on my sheet here,
Yeah.
Lodi House, so I mean, the Downtown Stockton Alliance, the 319, can you explain what that's for? And then,
Sure, and I should have had.
I'm just
all of
saying,
it.
because
Let me
it's basically those basic ones on the bottom of that left-hand list are the difference, right?
Yes, so what we
Woodbridge Fire.
received, what I received and what you have received, let me just see if I could find, oh boy. Specific to downtown.
Because I mean, Woodbridge Fire received 1.9, and then that, I
Yeah,
just,
so for the fire district, some of them, except for maybe one, I think Lyndon Peters, you'll see 158,000. That was for a smaller project, and I believe 500,000 is an additional something that they want to complete French Camp Fire would be, I believe, is the same program, and I do have the details for all of these, I just have to look back. And then Woodbridge Fire, same thing, their project has grown. And Downtown Stockton Alliance, I believe it's to continue some of those programs. They had quite a few programs, and they would like an additional $319,000 to continue it. Lodi House, they, as you saw today, all of the impacts they had, their initial was 1.7 million of ARPA funds. Today, I think they reflected some non-county funds that you also approved, but their ask is only 54,438. But yes, these are, that's why it was hard for me, so I just put down what was previously approved by this board
I appreciate
and
that.
what they're requesting now.
And this is 4/5 vote or 3/5?
This would be, no, it's just a 3, I believe. Let's double check. Because we're not increasing. Now, if a department comes in and has to increase their appropriations, that would be a 4/5 vote. Today, you're just re-obligating the funds, and it does not take, it's a 3/5.
And one last question, the possibility of more money not being used, I mean, this is, so is there a possibility that some other money will fall out?
Yes, unfortunately, for those, okay, you saw the fire districts at their 12.7 million that this board has already approved. We are trying to stay on them, me and Sarah Sickler from my office. We're trying to stay on them. You need to spend it, you need to spend it. Because after 12/31/24, if anything, say they misjudged, they miscalculated their project, and it's 500,000 less, we cannot re-obligate that. So that would be left on the table. So we're working, and that's why I did go out to all of our departments and said, you need to let me know if you're not going to use it as of now. And the ones that are still allocated, they're not done, but they have assured me that they will be done by the 12/31/2026 deadline, because we have 2 years to spend.
Okay, and then, sorry, but I did have one follow-up. So then, if they don't do the third floor, I saw that $8 million of housing vouchers kind of sparked my interest. So it goes down by a third, so the 8 million, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, Chairman, before we get a second and a motion, I am a little bit perplexed on the use of funds. Like, for instance, and you had just touched on the Downtown Alliance, 319,000, but I don't know what the use of those funds are. I think that detail would have been a little helpful if we saw, and we do want to help multitudes of interests, and there's always a big need, and as indicated by the 21 million that was asked for. I don't know what 500,000 for Lyndon Peters, is that the fire district? I do know Lodi House showed us phenomenal results today, so I'm sure there's pretty good use of funds there. You've got the Stockton Food Bank, you and I talked about, I brought something forward to you from them. They need an entirely brand-new building, and you've got 150,000 here, but I don't know what the 319 is for Downtown Alliance and what the results are with those dollars.
They have been using, and they have quite a few. I'm looking at their request right now. I just was able to pull it up. So they have used it for a number of different programs. Let's see.
Like, if I were looking at it, okay, if I have county dollars and Downtown Alliance is Stockton-centric, and I know Downtown Alliance, Mr. Huber that runs it, it's a great organization. I also know that Stockton Food Bank is serving the entire county. It says perhaps a bigger scope of use for the dollars.
So I can tell you what the food bank was for as well. But they came and they received part of, with the NCO process. So ARPA funds, they've already received $250,000. During the budget process, Stockton Food Bank received, I believe, another $260,000, and that was going to go towards the expansion, I believe, of the building. And this $150,000, I had, and I know Supervisor, he had given you an email you forwarded to me. It didn't have an amount on it. So as I was trying to complete this board letter, I reached out to Mr. Leonard,
Yes.
I believe. and he gave me an amount, 150, but I don't believe it was going for the expansion. I can tell you what it's going.
Yeah, their expansion is like a $5 million
Yeah,
building.
it's very
Yeah.
big. But going back to the Stockton Downtown Alliance, they had like a window repair fund, the commercial promotion, digital marketing funds. There were a number, that's what this 319,000 is for. Assisting with their local entrepreneur programs. And if you'd like, I could go back to, sorry. It is, there are 3 high-impact, high-benefit programs where they've had to absorb because of inflation. Their countywide mobile farmers market program, their main pantry on West Scotts Avenue, and a food as medicine program. So total 150,000.
For the
Stockton Food Bank.
Stockton Food Bank. But again, the Downtown Alliance
I just
is,
read those.
yeah.
I could go back to it.
I know, but it just seems a little vague to me, the use of these funds. I would be interested in authorizing the county to repurpose the funds and maybe come back to us with a complete breakdown of what you might be suggesting in option 1. And that's just how I feel. If the board likes the options, I just would like a bit more detail to dive into this. What are the results? We saw great results from Lodi House, but I don't know the results of what they're doing, what Stockton Alliance is doing. You've got just a little bit of money being asked from American Legion Post 803 and 190, 500,000 for Lyndon Peters. I don't know what that money is yet.
Okay.
812,000 for Woodbridge Fire. I don't know what that money is yet.
So through the chair, now, if you'd like, I can come back with every detail of every dollar. It's a lot of detail. But I absolutely can do that, or if you'd like, I can come back with, I did the best as far as to bring you 2 options. I tried to do the best that I could with, this is what we've previously awarded, this is what their new request is, and that's how I gave you 2 different options. But I can absolutely, if the board would like to see previously awarded funds, maybe spent funds, and let you know by detail what it was spent on, and then the additional request. But as far as, that's why I left it open on that recommendation. I did the best I could with the 2 options. And then if I can entertain, or if the board wants to entertain another option, or option 3, 4, 5, 6. But as a board, you have to agree. But if you'd like, I can come back. But again, we're going to be up against that deadline of December 31st. And I'll come back. I mean, I'll try and do it as quickly as possible. But
And I appreciate the considerate time you put into this, with being that you have so many large requests equaling $20+ million. I'd like to see more detail in what the ask is where it's going. That's me on 1 of 5. There's a motion on the table. If they want to amend it or we want to go forward, I'm fine. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I just,
Supervisor, go ahead, Supervisor Dane.
actually, I was wanting to get clarification of your motion. I think you indicated you were making a motion with regard to option A. I think you've clarified with me, you intended to say option 1.
Option 1, repurpose, basically taking the language that the county administrator dictated verbatim and then picking option 1.
And then I wanted to clarify whether your motion included recommendation number 1 and 3 as well. If you look at the top of it, it has recommendation for the Board of Supervisors. 1 is authorize the county administrator to repurpose $5,043,061, and then also whether your motion included recommendation number 3, which is to reobligate the unused funds to Public Works.
Correct,
Okay, and that's just the clarification I was looking for.
correct. And then I was just gonna, a note to Supervisor Patty, because I'm living and learning through you, and I've heard this morning that this housing first model doesn't work. So I was trying to find another, avenue to spend the money. I'm being half facetious, half real. I think with the passage of Proposition 1 that came down, I think with all the reallocations of state money, you're more likely to get these projects that are gonna be covered down the road to where, and I do understand some of the little projects and wanting greater detail, but I'm really gonna have to, because of the time crunch, rely on the expertise of our staff in spending this money. I know, for instance, Lyndon Peters Fire District, it was equipment. I mean, there's very, very small, asks in all of this. But I think if your decision is, do we support the veterans of foreign wars and the fire districts versus something we've already dumped $42 million into when we've seen no result. We got more results out of one girl from Lodi House this morning than we've gotten out of all $42 million we've dumped into the housing crisis for the homeless right now. So I'd like to go with option A, 1.
Supervisor Rickman.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Would you like to comment more, Sandy?
Well, just one more, if you really want the detail. I have Sarah here now. But she can give you Lyndon Peters real quick. But also, just to let the board know, I do have to file a quarterly report and I check every little box on a quarterly basis, but on an annual basis, we just filed our recovery plan performance report, and that would show our outcomes and results, and we just filed it by July 31st, and we could certainly have staff bring that back so that we can report on that, so you'll know the detail.
Okay, thank you. We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 4-1. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 6, the CAO's office established the Public Facilities Naming Committee for the Psychiatric Health Facility, consisting of 2 members of the Board of Supervisors and the County Administrator. We have Deputy County Administrator Jennifer Van Stein and Behavioral Health Services Director Genevieve Valentine. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Chair, members of the board.
Okay.
Jennifer Van Stein, Senior Deputy County Administrator, and as you mentioned here with Genevieve Valentine, our Behavioral Health Services Director. Before you today is an item recommending that your board convene a naming committee for the Psychiatric Health Facility on California Street. This is at the Behavioral Health Department's request.
Okay.
This recommendation, as you'll see in your staff report, does include multiple components I'd like to just briefly touch on. The first is approval to establish the naming committee. This consists of the county administrator and 2 board members. Secondly, for the chair to select and appoint 2 board members publicly as part of this discussion item. Thirdly, for the chair to announce that the committee will accept nominations for proposed names. And then lastly, for the committee to accept and consider a nomination from Behavioral Health Services for the Jim Garrett Memorial Psychiatric Health Facility. And Ms. Valentine is here to provide more information on the BHS nominee.
Just a point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, County Administrator. There's already a standing committee on the naming of county buildings.
Through the chair, Supervisor Dink, so there is not, it has to be formed every time. That's what it shows in our, is it the policy?
Yeah, we have a board resolution from 2008 that spells out our
That was
policy.
a bad year, bad supervisor.
It may have been.
But so every time we have someone
Okay.
who would like to, we have to go through the
Thank
process.
you for the clarification.
Okay. Go ahead, Genevieve.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Genevieve Valentine, Behavioral Health Director. So
When I became the behavioral health director in December of '22, actually various members of our staff came to me and said, Genevieve, can we please do something in memorial of our previous behavioral health director who passed away of cancer back in 2027. And at the time, I looked at many of the staff and said, there is no mechanism for behavioral health to do so. And we will at some point figure out how to make this happen. And there was a bench put out in front of our psychiatric health facility that Jim Garrett used to walk around and talk to our clients about. And Supervisor Villaputa, I'm sure you remember Mr. Garrett because he used to do work at the advisory board with you. And so Jim's family actually put the bench out there, and there is still a opening for the memorial plaque because there was no mechanism for behavioral health to actually pay for a plaque. In the various different conversations behavioral health has had, as you know, last year we received BCHIP Round 5 funds for a second psychiatric health facility. At that time, we started having conversations of, oh, we're going to have 2 psychiatric health facilities. Maybe at some point we will be able to name one of them. Fast forward, we've had conversations about a beautiful Be Well campus that this board has very much been supportive of, and how we will have the opportunity to expand our services. At that time, as we've been drawing things out, we've had 2 psychiatric health facility drawings, and we just keep saying, well, this is the Jim Puff because it's the one on California Street, and this is the Be Well Puff. Just internal conversations because Jim was the individual who was the last facility manager at that psychiatric health facility. When Prop 1 passed, there was 2 lines in Prop 1 that says county behavioral health must change any signage that says mental health on it. And we must come up to date and change all of our signage and all of our language to behavioral health. When that happened, I was able to have an aha moment of, oh, maybe this is our opportunity to come to the board and make a request for that official name change and add a request for an ad hoc naming committee, because there is no fiscal change, because we have to now, based off of Prop 1, change all of our directories, change all of our renaming. And so at that time, I had the opportunity to have conversations with our CAO's office and other members of our team of wanting to request that we have a formal renaming of our psychiatric health facility without having to touch any county funds, because Prop 1 allowed us to do so. And so coming to the request of the board of having a naming committee and having multiple stones thrown at one time for us to be able to honor and memorialize Jim Garrett with the ability to do so.
You ready for questions?
Yes.
Supervisor Canapa.
I volunteer for the committee.
Okay, we have 1. Anyone else like to speak or volunteer?
I'll volunteer Supervisor Rickman. He's got seniority on the board when you and I are gone.
But thank you, Supervisor Patty, I appreciate it. But since it's in Stockton, Chair, wouldn't you want to do it?
You know, I wouldn't mind doing it. That'd be great. Okay, so Supervisor Canapa and I will volunteer. Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Rickman.
You're welcome. I'm here to, work with everybody on the board.
I love it. Okay, anyone else? I'm gonna open public comment real fast. Anyone else like to come forward and address the board? I see no one. I'll close public comment. Okay, are you all done? Can we accept the motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to appoint Chairman Villaputa and Vice Chair Canapa to the committee.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a first and a second. We will vote, please. 2. Yeah. Waiting on Supervisor Ding. Yeah, you still vote. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 7, General Services, approve project delivery method for the installation of solar projects at 9 county-owned properties. Approve and adopt plans and specifications for installation of solar projects and authorize advertisement of the project for bids on set of bid opening date of September 6, 2024 at 2 p.m. We have Connie Hart and Marcia Cunningham. Good afternoon.
Chairman, before I'd like to make a few comments, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I just wanted to speak a little bit about what's brought us here. So to give you an overview of that, in December of 2023, a request for proposals was released for a design-build approach to complete 9 of the 12 solar projects approved by your board in October of 2023. In April, purchasing determined that no qualifying proposals were received and all proposals were rejected. Subsequently, my office began working with General Services to evaluate using the traditional design bid-build method as an alternative before making a recommendation to your board. At my direction, this included contracting with 3 solar energy consultants to provide feedback on the county's approach, because I am not an expert in solar, and so I wanted to engage with some experts in the field. So we contracted with ARC Alternatives, Point Energy Innovations, and AECOM Engineering Company. Each of the expert consultants evaluated a package of materials, including plans and specs, energy savings analysis, estimates for Inflation Reduction Act incentives, and project schedules. Each consultant provided a written assessment with findings. Now, if you recall, this item was scheduled for consideration by your board at the July 9th agenda. However, as the meeting approached, it became evident that additional time would be needed for staff to address some of the findings. In particular, I want to highlight the additional work that was done by ARC Alternatives, so one of the expert consultants. We re-engaged them, and they worked in conjunction with General Services to refine the energy savings estimates. Based on the recommendations from ARC Alternatives, General Services revised its analysis and now estimates the cost savings to be approximately $121.5 million over a 30-year period, a reduction of $39.2 million from the original estimate of $160.6 million. The revised projections are now within 1% of the ARC Alternatives projections. Even with this reduction, the estimated savings is $121.5 million, and that's pretty substantial. The additional time spent on refinements was worthwhile and provides further support that it is in the county's best interest to move forward with the solar investments at this time, taking advantage of the net energy metering 2.0 and available incentives. And now I'd like to turn it over to Marcia, the Director of General Services, and Connie Hart, the Assistant Director, to give us a brief presentations and recommendations for the board to consider.
Thank you, Sandy. Good afternoon, Chair, board members, council, CAO. Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services. And first, I want to thank our departments we've worked with. They've been great to work with and have held in there as we work through all this. I want to thank the energy team for being tenacious and continuing to plug forward with this very important high savings for our outside citizens and what we're trying to do here for the county. But I also want a special recognition for Ravi Aluru, Dalton Clements, and our lead here, Connie Hart, who has drove the team, and we're here to share this wonderful project with you today. So thank you, and with that, I'll turn it over to Connie Hart.
Good afternoon, Chairman Villapudua, members of the board. Connie Hart, Assistant Director of General Services. As you're aware and previously stated, the RFP for a contractor to install solar at the 9 county-owned properties did not result in an award. Therefore, GSD is making this presentation to inform your board of the project delivery method recommended by GSD
which is used by the county on a routine basis. And I need the clicker. Thank you. No problem. Once it was determined by purchasing that the RFP process had not resulted in an award, GSD pivoted to a project delivery method that is routinely used by the county to deliver construction projects. The purpose of this presentation is to provide transparency, answer any questions the board may have about this path forward, and seek board approval to continue with the bid process. Basically, there are three main tasks that must be contracted out. First, GSD has obtained several quotes and is ready to award tree removal service contracts to prepare the various locations and reduce shade in order to optimize the efficiency of the solar panels. Second, purchasing will solicit bids for GSD to contract with a steel fabrication firm. This contract will engineer, fabricate, and install steel carport structures and install the solar panels. And lastly, purchasing will solicit bids for GSD to contract with an electrical contractor to install other related electrical equipment and make the connection to the solar panels. The electrical contractor will also oversee the obtaining of approvals from PG&E and fully energize the systems. We anticipate that this particular delivery method will actually result in a substantial cost savings of approximately $3 million. In order to keep the ball rolling and minimize impacts to the timeline, GSD has continued to take necessary steps. Here's a quick overview of what has been accomplished thus far and what the next steps are. In October, General Services presented a plan for the installation of solar at 12 locations throughout the county. Your board approved the plan and the budget of $28.8 million. In December, purchasing issued the RFP for the 9 larger solar projects. In February, GSD worked with purchasing to procure 14,386 solar panels at a cost of $2.3 million. Those are anticipated to arrive anytime. Unfortunately, on April 5th, purchasing determined that there were no qualified proposals and exercised the county's right to reject all proposals. Both proposing firms were notified by the Director of Purchasing and Support Services. Also in April, GSD obtained the geotechnical and civil survey reports that are necessary before the full plans and specs can be completed. In May, Vanner Construction, well actually in April and May, they completed in May, Vanner Construction Management finalized the plans and specs that are before your board for approval today. Following the bid process, GSD will bring contracts to your board for approval, and once approved, work can begin. As you know, GSD is treating the 3 smaller solar projects under 100 kilowatts separately from the 9 larger projects. As an FYI, GSD has hit each milestone. I'm proud to announce that those projects actually have reached substantial completion, and we're just waiting for sign-off from PG&E and the City of Lodi on those 3 solar installations that happened at Larch Clover Community Center, Lodi Community Center, and the Thornton Community Center. Additionally, the 3 smaller projects are being delivered at 0 cost to the county. GSD staff was able to secure an EECBG grant, don't ask me what that stands for, staff knows, through the U.S. Department of Energy that will cover $235,280 of the cost, or 71%. And once the IRA rebates are received, the cost will be covered 100% for those 3. In an effort to validate, as Ms. Regalos stated, in an effort to validate all aspects of the GSD's proposed project delivery methodology, the county administrator worked with GSD to contract 3 separate solar experts to review and validate the actions invalidate the actions taken by GSD thus far, the planned project delivery method, and to provide further validation of the cost estimates that had been compiled by GSD. The reports from AECOM, ARC, Alternatives and Point Energy Innovations are provided in your package. All three reports validate the cost estimates, the approach, and the actions taken thus far as being sound and should deliver the solar projects on time and on budget. Included in the three reports are additional questions raised that required clarification, one of the largest being the estimate of cost avoidance that Ms. Regalo spoke to. Exhibit D of the staff report provides your board with clarification in the supporting documentation to address those issues that were raised by the three consultants. GSD met with the county administrator and county council to review the responses included in Exhibit D, and both the CAO and county council concur that all issues are covered and support GSD's recommendations as presented to your board today. It should be noted that the cost estimates have previously been validated as accurate by 6 separate solar companies. Those are Vanner, under contract with GSD, 3 companies in response to an RFI that we issued. Those are Train, Sunworks, and HCI. The 2 companies that responded to the RFP, even though it didn't result in a contract award, those being Nugen and NG, both validated our cost estimates. At this time, GSD requests that your board approve the use of the project delivery method as proposed by GSD and validated by the 3 consultants, approve the plans and specs, authorize purchasing to advertise the bid opportunities, and to set a bid opening date of September 6, 2024 at 2:00 p.m. Chairman Villapuda and members of the board, this concludes our presentation. Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services, Ravi Oluru, our Engineering Program Manager, he just got promoted, and Steve Toy with Vanner, and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Campbell.
So, sorry, I just stepped out. So what was the reason why we had the original thing at 160 million and now it's 121?
It's a little convoluted, but I'll try and distill it down.
Yeah, short version is fine. I mean.
Sure, okay. Our initial 160 was utilizing the time of use rates as rather than blended rates, as was recommended by the 3 consultants, but we were also using a very, very conservative 2.5 escalation rate rather than 3.8, which is recommended by PG&E. So when those 2 changes were applied, it basically created a wash. And so we saw that we were still at 160-ish, and the consultant, ARC, was at 120-ish. And so we dug in further, and ARC Alternatives assisted our staff in finding just a plain old everyday garden variety error. In our, we were using the wrong rate for the hospital. They have multiple meters. Generally, you would expect all meters in a facility to be at the same rate. The first handful were the B6 rate, which is not nearly as good as the B20 rate, which they're entitled to. The further down, lower on the list, we're at the B20 rate, just flat did not see it until ARC showed us that we had made that error. Once we fixed it, we're right in line within 1% of ARC Alternatives calculation.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to go over a couple of pages. We have 3 consultants that we brought on board, and they talk about the risks of delivering the project by contracting with separate vendors for each project component under design, bid, build methodology are several. Primary concern is vendor coordination for challenges as it relates to many elements and scopes as accounted for, responsibilities that are unclear. For example, 2 electrical proposals in Exhibit K do not treat AC equipment inverters, commissioning and testing, and equipment pads equivalently. Vendor coordination issues can easily translate into schedule impacts as time can be lost from scope gaps becoming apparent. It also puts Veneer as the designer of record in the middle of disputes as they and the county need to resolve any issues between the contractors. Separating the design entity from the build entity also creates additional change order risk. I mean, there's a myriad of things. I'm going to go through some of them. The county's delivery methodology also creates a budget risk that Veneer is not well positioned to optimize design and cost trade-offs in their design as a solar design build contractor, which they are not vastly experienced at compared to others that have done this for much, much longer. Veneer is a good construction company, but they are not experts in solar. Additionally, obtaining some types of guarantees may prove to be exceptionally difficult, if not impossible, given the delivery methodology. Guaranteeing ensures the minimum performance guarantee, usually from when you hire a company that does the whole project, gives a performance guarantee with a minimum level of solar production, usually 90 to 95% of expected output, and provides a shortfall payment should system output fall below the guaranteed minimum. Since there is no party responsible for the entire project, we do not believe it's likely the county will be able to obtain a performance guarantee as part of this project. Again, some of these things you may have answers for, and I'm sure you've all reviewed this. They note the electrical contractor's bid comprising of most of the current project range from 8.9 to 13.8. The lower bid has significant exclusions. You've got schedule risks with the solar projects that are substantial. You've got county runs the risk of significantly overestimating utility savings generated by the solar projects by basing savings estimates on bundled utility costs. You may have just addressed some of that. You've got, this is just one of the consultants' evaluations. ARC Alternatives concludes that the county's approach to delivery methodology for the solar program is unusual in California. Delivering the project under design, bid, build methodology creates the opportunity for some cost savings while increasing risks related to project scope, including change orders and schedule. You've got limited time issues, so we are really, our hands are tied. The county, let's see, one other evaluation. It seems as though the county's favored approach to deliver the project changed from design build to design bid build sometime around November 2023 and now. A lot of time has been wasted, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, conversations that go back several years wanting to move projects forward, and we're now dragged out to this long, last-minute decision to make this and go down this path. We've got risks of delivering the project by contracting with separate vendors for each project. Design, bid, build methodologies are several. Primary concern is vendor coordination, which poses significant challenges, particularly in terms of ensuring that all elements of the scope are accounted for. Separating the design entity from the build entity creates additional change order risk. I mean, it goes on and on and on. The reality is, I think we've made big blunders, and this has been squandered in this county. And I don't care about our expert that we have in-house or how experts we are. You're gone, Ms. Cunningham, you're retired. You're not accountable for this at all. You're gone in just a matter of months. I'm gone, so it's you supervisors got this. You inherited this. I'm against this approach from the very beginning. I don't like the way this is handled in any way, shape, or form. I'd love to be proven wrong in all of these evaluations from experts that raise concerns. May have been a shout out of concern, and you guys could take a major victory lap, and I would applaud that. I'd be the first one to say, brilliant. We are the first county, and I love being the first county, being the trendsetter. We are the first county in San Joaquin, in San Joaquin will be the first county in the state of California and probably nationwide that does the design, bid, build. So it'll be unique. I'm 100% against our approach, but we are in the 11th hour, so we have no choice going forward, as the experts that we've hired say, but they all say this has been exceptionally unusual and our hands are pretty much tied. So while I'm excoriating the process, I'm sure that you guys have great answers for all of it. If you've addressed and we'll be able to identify all of these concerns and have it all handled, I will applaud and come back when I'm no longer supervisor and thank and praise and recognize the absolute outstanding job to be done. I think we're rife and full of risk, and I do not like the approach that we had in the 11th hour, because this goes back several years that myself and Supervisor Villapudua had asked for us to come forward with projects, with a major solar project. We even had an instance where Supervisor Villapudua wanted access to a county property and General Services got upset about it. when they were just going to do a free evaluation to get the ball rolling. So there's been a lot of resistance from General Services, and you guys own it. So congratulations, we're here. It'll approve, it has to pass, because we have no other option in the 11th hour. But I stand firmly against our process in how we got here. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
So teach me something here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the difference between your 120, 160 million is the 2.4 versus the 3.6 escalation.
Applied the 2.5, well, we applied two things, one that made it go up, one that made it go down.
Okay.
So we had taken the recommendations, and rather than using a blended rate, we used the time of use rate that was recommended by all three of the consultants. And then we also, because we were taking a very, very conservative approach in the escalation, at 2.5, we went to the 3.8. When we applied those two, and ARC did as well, because they additionally did a blended rate as well in their first calculation. So there's a second letter from ARC that clarifies a lot of that. It's actually included in the packet as well. Both our calculations and theirs were a wash. Those two things created a wash. So we realized there was some other disconnect. So what actually brought the county's calculation down to the 121.5, which is very comparable within 1%, far less than 1% of ARC's 120.7 million, both of which obviously are substantial cost savings over 30 years. Is that we found that staff, when they were looking at the rates to do the calculation for each of the various locations, when looking at the hospitals, there are multiple meters, and we would expect them to have the best rate. They're an institution, and they're entitled to the B20 rate, which is what the sheriff's office has, but their first handful of meters at the top of the list were at the B6 rate. So staff just made the leap in and assumed they were B6 for all of their meters. That was not correct. They actually were on the B6 rate, and that's related to them being REST BCT. They receive energy
Sorry,
credits from
acronym police. The what?
renewable energy credit. What it is I'll just explain what it is rather than what the acronym is.
If I can,
It's
I believe it's Renewable Energy System Bill Credit Transfer.
There you go. And
Which is
it's
what?
related to the Foothill solar farm that we have that several years ago was put in by Amoresco, and the hospital receives credits from those. So the bit of credit that they receive, they cannot have the B20 rate, they have to have the B6. So staff thought they were on all B6, and that was our error. Once we fixed it, boom, our numbers came out exactly very, very close to ARC's. That's where that happened. And did that answer your question?
Yeah.
'Cause I'd like
And then my follow-up now, I mean, if you would have went with PG&E's suggestions, would you have wound up closer to the 160?
Yes, exactly. Probably when we brought it to your board in October, we were estimating the 142 range. That was because we were using a blended rate. We really sharpened our pencils and took the recommendations of the three consultants to heart. And to speak to Supervisor Patty's comments, if you look at Exhibit D, we answered each and every one of those issues because this is very, very complex and there are a lot of documents. We sent the three consultants 870 some pages of documents for review. And so they were able to, we could have sent them more than 1,000 pages, and had we done so, some of these questions may not have arisen, but we were able to address each and every one of these concerns. We had meetings with the CAO and County Council to make sure we were addressing everything. And I do have
our solar expert from Vanner. They do have solar expertise in this area. As a matter of fact, I believe, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Regallo, but my understanding is in a conversation that Ms. Regallo had with a representative from ARC as we were going through this, this exercise to get to the correct cost savings calculation. Correct me if I'm wrong, that Vanner said, that ARC said that Vanner was a big player in this field.
If I may, through the chair, answer that. Thank you. Yes, in the conversation, because I want, again, I'm not the expert, and I relied on our consultants. As Ms. Hart pointed out, in all of those questions that were brought up and concerns were addressed. We had numerous phone calls, my staff and county council, with ARC consultant, the ARC Alternatives, and on 2 of the calls, and one was just last week, again, I wanted to confirm. They did not have any issues with the costs, as General Services has placed on all of the projects. I asked again about Vanner as being the construction manager and project manager for these projects. I asked if they had experience in solar. They said they're very, very, very good, and they're very large, and they do have lots of experience in solar projects. The only issue that they had were the savings, and that's why it was pulled at the last minute in July. So then they did work, and as you see, it went down 40 million, but still 120 million is pretty significant. And so I did the best I could to address all of the questions and concerns.
And I did want to mention, Chair Viapudua, if the board is interested, we do have Steve Toy, our consultant from Vanner. If there are any other questions or outstanding concerns or issues, he is available to answer any questions as well.
Any questions from the board? I don't think we're good.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm gonna open public comment at this time. Public comment, Sheriff Withrow, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the board and the CAO. I just wanted to come up and speak because we're kind of a big player in this project, and you know, our PG or our electric bill is a couple million a year approximately, and we're 24/7, not unlike the hospital, and this is going to make a huge difference in our budget. We're very, very happy that this is going through. I've stayed on top of this through the whole thing, and I would just like to say that Marcia and her team have been amazing. I ask a lot of questions, and they've been at our facility a lot and have worked real hard to get everything that we need. And my concern obviously is with the power problems we have in California and how we lose power periodically, and all our doors and everything work on power through electrical there, and our backup generators are really old, and so they've answered all my concerns and needs on that. So thank you guys for your work on this and working hard. I know it's been a long road, but I just wanted to say it's going to be a huge benefit for us at our department.
Okay, well, thanks for those comments. Any questions? Okay, I see none, thank you. Anyone else like to come address the board? I see none, I'll close public comment. Anyone else like to comment or maybe make a motion? You're looking for a motion to approve, correct?
Move to approve the project delivery method as proposed by GSD, approve and adopt plans and specifications prepared by Veneer Construction, and authorize advertisement of the project for bids and set bid opening date September 6, 2024.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 4-1. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you and your team.
Okay, next item is from the ROV. Accept a presentation by the Register of Voters providing an update on the November 5, 2024 presidential general election in San Joaquin County. We have Register of Voters Olivia Hill and Assistant Register of Voters Eric Diaz. We are.
Good afternoon, Chair of the Board and Board of Supervisors, CIO Regallo, and County Council Kiernan. I'm Olivia Hale, San Joaquin County Registrar of Voters. I actually have Jarrett Spurgeon with me today. Jarrett is the ISD ISA 5 assigned IT supervisor for the ROV. He is here to share some sample videos from our new Dropbox camera vendor when we get to the slide 4. When we are done presenting, he will be available to answer any technical questions regarding the technology. I'm here to provide you with an update on our preparations for the upcoming presidential general election to be held on November 5th, 2024. So we want to share some of the hard work that's been going on in the Registrar of Voters office. This is regarding our voter roll maintenance. Our voter roll maintenance efforts are crucial to ensure an accurate and efficient election process. Currently, we have 374,175 active registered voters. We also have 52,419 inactive voters. Inactive voters become inactive when they have not participated in 2 federal general elections. ROV will send them a card and run a job to remove them from active to inactive per California law. Recent maintenance efforts has led to the cancellation of 34,861 voters. This includes 26,645 voters who were previously listed on the inactive list and have not participated in the last 2 federal general elections and did not respond to a cancellation notice that we mailed them. 8,216 were canceled due to relocation out of the county. To ensure even more accuracy, we mailed confirmation cards to 39,614 voters after receiving data from a credit reporting agency. These actions help ensure that our voter roll list reflects only those who are eligible to vote in San Joaquin County. Dropbox locations. Next, let's discuss these Dropbox locations. We have made several updates to improve accessibility to our 25 locations. In city-based locations, we have relocated the Dropbox in Escalon from Orlando's Market to Escalon City Hall. In Ripon and Lathrop, we've established permanent locations at the city halls as they were temporary in March. We are also removing the Dropbox at Lamelli Gardens due to inconsistent operating hours and relocating it to Delta College. The Delta College location has consistent operating hours and was formally requested by the school. A second Dropbox is moving from the Stockton ROV warehouse to the Taft Community Center. The ROV warehouse had a very low return rate. The Taft Community Center is embedded in the community and not in an industrial area, which we believe would better serve the South Stockton communities of Weston Ranch, French Camp, and other South Stockton communities on the east side of I-5. The cost for GSD labor to move each box is approximately $725. Just as we did in the primary election for our rural communities, Dropboxes will be available in Clements, Lockford, Acampo, Farmington, and Linden at all the same locations. We have Dropboxes at 2 of our 3 college campuses, one at Stanislaus State, which is required by law, as we did in the primary election, and one at Delta College, as requested by the Director of Student Life and the Associated Students of Delta College. I've attached both of those request letters to the board material. To ensure the security of these boxes, we are implementing 24-hour live streaming through EarthCam, along with advanced analytics and alerts. This project is partially funded by the federal HAVA security grant, and the budget for this initiative has been carefully planned within our current resources. As we continue to prioritize the security and transparency of our voting process, I want to address an important upgrade that we've made in this year in response to the challenges we faced during the last election. In the 2024 primary election, we encountered some issues with our live streaming capabilities, which highlighted the need for a much more reliable technology solution. After a thorough evaluation process, we have selected EarthCam as our new vendor. EarthCam is renowned for their high-quality surveillance products and robust streaming capabilities. We worked diligently with the ISD team to ensure we found a product that could deliver the request of the community we serve. I would like to just add a comment there that our ISD department was not fully involved in the quick deployment of the cameras in the 2024 primary. Therefore, they didn't get to do their thorough vetting process of the technology that we used with LVT. So we made sure to pull from our director, Mark Thomas, all the way down through his resources to ensure that they had the opportunity to fully vet this product before we went forward. In the 2024 general election, EarthCam's technology will provide continuous 24-hour live streaming of our Dropbox locations. This stream will be directly accessible on our county website, allowing voters to witness the security measures in place at any time from anywhere. This includes it being available for 22 months after the election, which is in alignment with our election retention schedule. The introduction of EarthCam services includes advanced analytics to alert us immediately to any potential security concerns, ensuring that we can respond swiftly and effectively. Mr. Spurgeon will now show a few sample videos in desolate areas to show the technology functioning as it would appear at our drop boxes.
This is a critter cam.
So you can see the live footage moving here. And then I think you have one more, is that correct? Mm-hmm. And this is a river crossing. So as you can see, these cameras have been set up. They're much clearer. This technology is definitely much more advanced than what we used in the primary election. Did you have one more? No. Okay, all right. Thank you, Jarrett, for sharing this. The investment in this new technology totals $229,000. Thanks to a security grant, we have been able to offset a portion of this cost. The net county cost after applying the grant is approximately $164,435. I am confident that if this technology is working as we've been promised and we've been able to vet it, that we would be comfortable doing Dropbox pickups at larger increments. So the reason we did 24-hour pickups, so every day, was at the request of our community. We thought we were making a decision to make them more comfortable with what was going on. Because the code does mandate and allow us to do every 96 hours and then every 48 hours as we get closer to the election, we have considered and are making adjustments to our schedule for that purpose. With the caveat that if a Dropbox camera went down, we would want to pick up every day until we were able to get that technology up and running again. You have to prepare for the firestorm, the bad weather, or whatever could occur, so that is something that we have to consider. But with all hands on deck, our goal would be to ensure that unless the cameras went down, we could do the scheduled pickups that are mandated in the California Elections Code. Alrighty, now let's talk about the Adopt a Poll program. We were allocated $50,000 for this program. I would like to talk to you about the plan this program is playing a vital role in fostering community involvement in our electoral process. We've launched an extensive advertising campaign to attract more participants. You'll see our ads on vote-by-mail ballot wraps, billboards, newspapers, local shopping centers, entertainment venues, and social media platforms. We are also utilizing digital targeting and email blasts to reach a wider audience. We currently have 10 groups that are adopting a polling location for November. We encourage everyone that is interested in doing this to submit their applications through our website. There's one of the advertisements just for you to view. And as we're all aware, in terms of our financial operations, and we're grateful to Supervisor Dean giving us the opportunity to ask for more available funding. We've been able to get the Election Center as our current vendor to conduct an analysis of our election billing methodology to identify areas for improvement. My team and I are really excited to have election experts evaluating our election billing methodology. The initial stages of the project are underway, and we aim to have the analysis complete by December 2024. We will present the findings to this board for review and approval, ensuring transparency and communication throughout the process. Polling location operations. We are excited to introduce new technology to enhance polling location operations. With the Verity Print and the Verity Scan system, Voters can receive the correct ballot and scan that ballot at any location, significantly reducing provisional ballots. There is no wrong location for voters that are active voters on the roll. This change allows for seamless in-person voting across all locations while maintaining the traditional polling place model that our voters prefer. We had 35 vote center-like locations in the 2020 general election, 178 traditional polling places in the November 2022 general election, and we anticipate up to 200 locations for the November 2024 election. We are going through that process at the end of this week to establish all of our polling locations. Our training, for our locations. Okay, now election officer training. So to better support our election officers, we have enhanced our election officer training program. Based on feedback from the March primary election, we've worked closely with ISD and created more in-depth training videos incorporating all new voting information. Our training continues to offer interactive and more in-depth hands-on sessions focused on practical real-world applications. This will ensure our officers are more well-prepared for any situation they may encounter. Key election dates. Starting September 6th, we will send out military overseas vote-by-mail ballots. On September 26th, voter information guides will be mailed to all registered voters. All drop-box locations will be listed in this guide, and the assigned polling location for each voter is printed on their voter guide. Vote-by-mail ballots will be sent no later than October 7th, and early voting will begin at the Registrar of Voters' office. The vote-by-mail ballot will contain the assigned location for a voter and the nearest two locations if they are a mail ballot precinct. This was about 6,000 voters in the primary election. The last day to register to vote is October 21st. Everyone will be a conditional voter registration after this date and process similar to a provisional ballot. Election day is on November 5th with the polls opening at 7 a.m. and closing at 8 p.m. Finally, by December 3rd, the official end of the canvass will be completed and the election results will be certified. If we can finish sooner, we will. However, accuracy is much more important than speed. I wanted to also invite everyone and remind you we have an open house scheduled for next week on Tuesday the 20th from 3 to 7 p.m. at the ROV office, where we want to bring folks in to see everything that's going on and all of our preparation work as we're leading up to the election. In conclusion, I want to emphasize our commitment to ensuring a smooth and efficient election process. These updates and improvements are integral to achieving that goal. I want the community to know we are listening and that the entire elections division is working very hard with our fellow departments and community partners to achieve excellence in San Joaquin County election administration. Thank you to the board for your attention and support, to our advisory committee for being involved. I look forward to working together to ensure a successful election. If you have any questions or need further information, please feel free to ask. I'm always happy to take your calls no matter what time of day it is. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, when somebody's off the voter rolls because they're inactive and you've removed names, are they no longer appear on the lists, or how does that happen where somebody's not procuring and using their name to do fraud or anything? What's that process when somebody's removed from the voter roll?
Okay, so when someone's moved to inactive, they would be required to contact our office or to show up at the polls in person on election day. And if they go in, they sign their name, and then the system automatically switches them back to active, and then they are able to cast their ballot at that time. If it is a situation where the inactive voter has been moved to canceled voters are not considered registered voters in any way, shape, or form. However, that list lives there. Like, we can run the 500,000 cancellations we've had over the years out of our system since the election management system has been in use. But they are canceled voters, and the only way a canceled voter can come back from cancellation, they would truly have to re-register to vote. There would be no other option for them.
Mm-hmm. All right, so, and this is a scenario long before, about, let's say, 6 years ago. I remember calling somebody and says, I don't even live there. I've moved 10 years ago. Why do I keep getting people calling as you're reaching out to voters for support and such? So are we being proactive and getting rid of the voters that maybe, I know that you depend on the State Department or DMV or some other agency to give you updates when somebody moves? They may not be contacting ROV. What's that process look like? How current are we with eliminating, or what's that look like on a monthly basis, the updates or removals?
So we see many, many updates, sometimes in the thousands every single month. It's far more when we get into election season where people are updating their information. We get agency lists from DMV, Secretary of State, VoteCal, from Department of Corrections, all of those lists, public health for deceased. As soon as we receive a list, we're constantly, the voter roll is a living, breathing document is the best way I can describe it. And so there's constant changes. I will say that I cannot speak for the maintenance of the rolls prior to my presence in the ROV, but I will say that our staff, especially our registration staff, I don't know if you all are aware, but last year, not this budget year, but the last budget year, you approved additional staff for my registration team. And so there's 6 members on that team that are constantly updating the voter rolls. And I've thrown additional things at them because this county was not utilizing the credit reporting agency option. That was another 39,000 cards they had to process. And then I said, everybody that should be off of that inactive list, we need them off of that inactive list and move to canceled before we go into the November election. And so we were at like 86,000 people on that list, and we're down to 52,000. There's criteria and protocol. We have to follow all the steps of the election code. But I want you to know that we do hear you, and we're working very hard to do all we can to maintain our voter rolls.
Have we seen in the last several months a surge in registered voters? It's election time, and also we've got 2, 5, 8, 10, 12, 40,000 new voters registering. What's a trend, or was pretty much baseline, nothing unusual?
During a presidential general, there tends to be more. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I know it's in the thousands of people. I think I've seen it upwards to 10,000 in the 2020 general. Please don't quote me on that, but if I remember looking at the numbers, that's what we saw, and that's pretty normal. Lots of folks are updating it because a lot of times we don't see people vote until the general presidential election. I mean, and you can tell by looking at our turnout. We had an 80% turnout in the November 2020 election. Then we had a very low 27% turnout in the 2022 primary. Then we had a 46% turnout in the 2022 general, and then in this primary we had 34%. Primaries tend to see less people turning out. So this election, now that I've administered the 2022 primary, the 2022 general, the 2024 primary, and now this presidential general, that's going to give us a full election cycle of data we can really process and look at trends such as that to see if there is a concern or anything like that. We haven't seen any anomalies where we're seeing like 50,000 people. It seems to be very consistent at this point.
Okay, and so one thing I do reach out to voters and on a constant basis, get files, and their numbers are there for us to speak with and engage and get ideas or concerns and speak to them directly. I would say roughly 60+% of the phone numbers are not good. I don't know how you can filter through those, designate somebody to call, or if there's a machine or a program that calls and validates phone numbers that are working or not, but there's a very large majority of numbers that are no longer good. So I'm just giving you an idea of what you might be able to do with that. I'm just as a candidate in past elections. You did say something, though. Somebody's on inactive file, right? Mm-hmm. And then they would have to go to a polling place and sign. Mm-hmm. And then get a ballot. Now, that signature, I know that when you mail in a ballot, it's going to go through a system and a signature is validated based on what's on file. Versus if you go to a polling place, you could do XXXXXXX, and you're going to get a ballot, and it's not going to be verified because it's not cross-referenced with something that's a voter registration card that's on file where you've got multiple signatures that have been verified over years in the system. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay, so when they're inactive and they're going to activate out of the blue, they haven't voted once in 12 years, and all of a sudden they're active again, and they're signing XXXXXXX, does that raise any red flags? Are we monitoring the inactive voter that all of a sudden voted, and we've got 4,000 inactive voters that all of a sudden election day flooded in and voted? Any scenario like that we have safeguards?
So the requirement prior there was a change in legislation. So the requirement prior was that if you hadn't voted in 2 federal elections, you would be moved to inactive. Now the requirement is 2 federal general elections. And so what is the responsibility of the Registrar of Voters Office, and we've now taken this I've taken this very seriously, and my current team, is as soon as those people are moved to inactive, we need to send them a card, and they have 15 days to respond or we move them to canceled. And so this is a process that I think, because of legislative changes and things, and it may not have been what's in place, but we're very diligent with that, and you're gonna see another large move. If there's a bunch of folks on there that if they don't vote in this presidential general, they are now considered 2 federal general elections. We will send them the 15-day notice and we will move them to canceled. I do hear you. This has always been a concern with the voter that comes in. They say, I'm Tom Smith, I live at 1234 Main Street, and they sign, we give them a ballot. Those signatures aren't verified. That is very true. However, something that I'm implementing in the election officer training is we do have something we could do. I'm Tom Smith. Before the poll worker turns over the poll pad, I want them to say, can you please verify your address? And then that voter, we can't check ID, we know that, but what can I do? And the one thing I can do is be very diligent with the workers that I want you to verify that address. Have the voter recite the address. There's nothing in the law that says I can't make them verify their address. I can't ask them for proof, but they do have to give me that. It's not foolproof, but it's what's available to us per California law.
And I appreciate that. And what if they pull out a piece of paper out of their back pocket and said, 1234 Main Street, that's where I live?
I mean, we can do our best to tell the election officers don't accept that, but I'm in the nicest way possible. Some of our wonderful volunteers, they do it how they think they're supposed to do it. We train them the best we can. We give them all the information. We're going to go revert back to giving them handouts and all the information available in hopes that it's done right, and training them the very best we can with a very robust training program.
Okay, and last question. Thank you, Chair, for the time. I maybe ask questions that other people would not like to ask as well. But we've got drop boxes. We hear about possible fraud. We got extra ballots coming into the drop boxes, all these things. What safeguards are there so that we are assuring we're not getting somebody that's printed up ballots over in Taiwan and mailed them over here, and they're going to be populating? We're going to do all this ballot manufacturing and manufacturing of votes and fraudulent actions, and we're populating boxes by thousands of more votes than is humanly possible, apparently. What safeguards do we have in any capacity to, and these are genuine concerns. Listen, I'm on a ballot. Let's make no mistake
100%.
about it. I'm on an election cycle, and I have been in the past. I do care about the integrity of votes. But this is not a self-serving question. We just have these issues brought up on a repetitive basis, and they are a true concern. So what safeguards do we have from somebody pulling up, and he's got 900 ballots, which would not be easy to obtain, but he's got 900 ballots, and he's throwing them in a box, and there's only 200 registered voters in the region. So how he has 900 ballots is a mystery to the world. What do we do? How do we address that?
Well, each vote-by-mail ballot is sent with a return envelope that has all the identifying information of a voter on it. And so that has to match and verify in our system. And then the voter's signature has to match and verify in our system. The other part is every printed ballot that we manufacture, if it wasn't printed from our certified print vendor, it's not going to work. The barcodes that are on those are very clearly identify the election. It doesn't have anything to do with the voters' votes, but the three, and that was part of when we evaluated the voting systems, is we weren't looking at, we have these 3 of 9 barcodes that if you scan it, it literally tells you which election it is. Any ballot that's not from that election will not scan. Even our test ballots, like we have to be in test mode to do the test. If we try to take those test ballots and run them in the live election, they will be rejected. The system will not accept them. So
what if I take a ballot and send it off to a printer and say, replicate this? I need 1,000 of these.
They would need to have the watermarked ballot paper, and they would not have access to that. The ballot paper is not just a standard piece of paper. So there's a whole process and procedure in California. You have to be certified to get that ballot paper. It has to have the designated watermark for California. And then we just do our very best. And I will tell you, if something comes in that looks funky to us, we're going to look into that. We inspect every single ballot by hand in this county. So everything that comes in, there's counties out there in California that do not inspect their ballots, but everything that comes back to us. And if they feel that that's on a different paper or something is wrong, or if they notice that several ballots are being rejected, they're going to get management involved, and we're going to investigate that. And if we were to learn of something that insane, the sheriff would be my very next call.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Canepa.
I just have 3 questions. So the video will be 24-hour feed,
Yes,
and that's the one that's gonna be accessed for 22 months after the election?
correct.
Okay, and then the school question, I didn't understand that. So Stanislaus is a satellite, so that's where they were talking, some of the problems were with Stanislaus. So what's the election code for that it has to be at schools?
It has to be at California State Universities. That's what it is. So that is our satellite office, and that's why we put one there. And I hear them that there's proposed concerns, but it's not abnormal for any drop box to receive hundreds of ballots on election day. I hate to say it, but people do wait till the last minute in our county, and it's reflective in what we get back in the mail. Literally, we get pummeled on Monday and Tuesday. We don't see the returns coming as early as we would like, which also frustrates us because we don't have as much to upload on election night for that first report. So what we get back is what we get back, but we're seeing the trend where people more and more wait until the very last minute to turn their stuff in. It's just a fact of our business at this point.
Okay, and then the last question is they recommended going to 13 drop boxes. So if we go to 13, does that drop that video cost from 200,000 down to possibly half? And then does the grant amount still figure to be the same, or is it on 200,000?
So we've already initially entered into the agreement with EarthCam with the intention of having 25 boxes. I will, again, I serve it for this board, but I will share that in the California Elections Code, it says the election official is supposed to look at these very specific things when determining where drop boxes should go. Our rural communities, our population, our schools, the things that I'm required to look at by the code. And from my professional recommendation, it would be to leave the 25 boxes, see the couple that we've moved around to ensure that they have more access for our voters, but to see those numbers. This 2024 general election is not going to be anything like the last 3 elections that we've seen with the voter turnout. I'm predicting, from what I'm hearing at the state level and all of that, that we're going to see at least a 70% turnout. And to be fair, I'm not advocating for drop boxes. I want to see what our voters do. I mean, whether we, regardless of how we feel, the reality is we had like 68,000 people use a drop box in 2020. We had 48,000 people use a drop box in the 2022 general. And in the primary, we had 27,000. Those with really low numbers at those drop boxes, those are the ones that we were looking at to see where to move them. And I would say after we have this 2024 general election, we should absolutely look at, is there a need to reduce the drop boxes? But I caution you that I would be concerned because we have not seen the turnout at this current state and time. What we saw in 2020 is also an anomaly, it being the great COVID election, as people refer to it as. I would say I would have concerns, but again, if this board so chooses, we would follow the direction of the board. However, the code does specify outside, it says you're required and mandated to have 13, but we also need to take into account all of these rural communities, bus lines, public transportation, where our boxes are. And then in this county, as a courtesy to our city clerks, they are all city election officials. We have 8 cities now. Of the 8 cities, 7 of them have a drop box that they really wanted, that they took to their city council board meetings and got approval from their city councils in most instances. So to me, those boxes are dedicated to those city election officials. And then beyond that, we have the 15 remaining. So I think that how we're set up and how we're serving our rural communities, our city clerks, and their municipal elections, I think we're in good shape, and I would ask that we wait until after the November 2024 before we make a drastic change, pulling drop boxes out. You know, I know from what I understand, and we can wait and see how the cards fall, there's going to be other community organizations that are it's gonna be the other side saying, why did you take out these drop boxes and why did you do that? And so voter access, we wanna continue to base our decisions based on the California Election Code, providing that access to voters and not listening to this side or that side. It's very important that we stay focused on that. And that's just my professional thoughts on it, and I'm happy to support how the board feels in regard to that.
Well, something that would make me sleep better is if you tried the video camera out before we go live.
100%.
You know what I mean? So that
100%.
these people, at least if we do have to do it this next go around, have access to it. You know what I mean? And that it's bulletproof. And if something goes wrong, maybe it's lock up that box if there's something that goes wrong with the video. I understand, you know, it's gotta be open a certain amount of days, but I mean, if there's something that comes, you know, of the video camera, why it's not working, I think to ensure integrity, I think that might be a point of interest. Thank you.
We'd have
Thank you, Chair.
to, yeah, and through the chair, Supervisor Canepa, we'd have to approach with caution because after the 28th day, we're not allowed to, according to the state, they said we can't. But I think if we as a county say, hey, there was a breach and a concern and an investigation, and if my sheriff says, hey, we need to look into this, I think we might be in a little bit of a fight with the state. But if we had to do that, I don't see why we couldn't do that if that was necessary. My hope is that we wouldn't get to that extreme. And like I said, you know, we definitely are testing out the cameras beforehand. Our end goal is to have everything tested and moving forward by August 30th with installation 15 days before the drop boxes even open to ensure after testing we know everything works, and then we're going to install them a little bit sooner so we can make sure the live feeds are working and there's no issues prior to the boxes actually opening 29 days before the election.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Hi.
It's getting late. Am I good? Okay. You know, it just makes me, I mean, we have, how many mailboxes do we have in the county? 120? Is that all over? Which, I mean, what, you get a couple of guys one night sitting in the back room doing an internship, smoking a big old joint going, how do we create a bigger mailbox? I mean, who came up with this idea of drop boxes? Because they're just big mailboxes. But anyway, I hear you, Bobby Bivens. I hear you about access. I hear you. But some of these, they don't make sense, and I understand waiting after the next election. I have a few, though, concerns just tweaking a little bit here. Tweaking the numbers, I'm not tweaking. Just really want to clarify, I want to clarify that. You're talking about moving the Lamelli Gardens, Lodi, to Delta, and my concern is, one of the things we had discussed in the previous is trying to keep, you know, create something that's consistent. You know, the polling places in a certain community, people are used to going to that same polling place. You know, it almost turns into, it's like showing up to the 4th of July or whatever, going Mrs. Smith's garage and voting. I'm concerned because it's not even one of your lower. It actually would meet my cutoff of the boxes I would drop. You got about 350 that voted at that, moving that, so you're kind of displacing those individuals. You've got an Escalon one. You know, again, they're used to voting in a certain spot. Escalon City Council hasn't even approved that yet, have they? Yeah, they have. They have. But it just, I just want to make sure we're creating some type of a consistent pattern. It's just not, we're not playing, you know, move the mailbox here, because that doesn't do anything, you know, to help people, you know, in their voting patterns too. Lamelli Gardens, explain that.
So, and the owner of Lamelli Gardens gratefully and graciously allowed us to put a box there, and we were very thankful to do that. However, the hours on, and I got several complaints during the election, we couldn't even get in to get the ballots out a couple of times when our retrievers went out to get the ballots. The hours, even though they're listed on the website as a certain specific amount of hours, they vary and are all over the place, and sometimes when it's supposed to be open, you go there and the gate is locked. And when we asked the owner, I guess she has a lot of animals at home, so she'll leave and we don't know when she's there. And so my biggest red flag was we're gonna have voters complaining that they weren't able to get in there, and even more voters than we had in the primary. And then the couriers not being able to get in and get the ballots is a huge concern. And with Delta College making their formal request, I already knew this board didn't want me putting out a 26 box. So I was like, we're not putting out one. The Lamelli Gardens one is problematic. And then all of our other drop boxes are 24 hours outside of City of Lathrop City Hall, because they have an iron gate that closes at 8 p.m. All of the other drop boxes are 24 hours. So in the name of consistency and to deal with erratic hours, that's why that decision was made.
And I guess my only other concern is, you know, the state, besides the 13, you said you have the responsibility to weigh the community concerns in the ag and geographical. Well, you're taking a box out of Lodi and you're putting it in Stockton. So you kind of reanalyzed that Lodi doesn't need one, or how does that fit into your whole, scenario of making sure that there's access for all?
The thought was that Delta College serves our entire county. And so I was under the thought that, and we talked about it diligently, and I talked with CAO's office and with our analysts and all that, and we determined that giving Delta College the central hub, that box would be ideal. The other part was in Lodi. We've had about 5 failed attempts to move that box. So before the Delta College stuff came in, we were trying to move that box to shopping centers. And to be fair, Lodi is a united community, I would say. And I know their city council said no drop box. And so I think they're just, we couldn't find an owner that wanted to provide one. We did find a small law firm that wanted a box in front of their law firm in Lodi, in Southwest Lodi, I believe. However, the parking lot is teeny tiny, and there's no way a car could pull up and a wheelchair could get out if they needed to. And so there was some concerns. We did send a team out to survey, and I haven't heard the results of that, but that would require a 26
That's okay. I mean,
box.
you answered my question.
Okay.
About Lamelli. I was just I'm concerned about taking that out. That's all I have.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to clarify something, and I want to see if I'm understanding this correctly. My understanding is the licensing agreements do not allow the county to unilaterally terminate the location of the drop boxes without giving 200 days calendar days notice during an election year and 90 days calendar notice during a non-election year. And so if my understanding is correct, that also would impact the ability to simply remove drop boxes.
That would be a challenge. I mean, if it was agreeable to the party that has the drop box and to the county, it could be an option, but it would require an agreeable termination. We've actually executed one of those.
Mm-hmm.
There's the licensing agreements.
Yeah.
I'm told say that in order for either party to terminate the licensing agreement, which places the drop box at that location, 200 calendar days notice is required during an election year, and 90 days calendar notice is required during a non-election year. So obviously, if the other party, if we wanted to cancel a Dropbox location and the other party we're in license with agreed it was okay with them, then yeah, you could waive that notice requirement.
Okay. I hear you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on the point from Supervisor Ding, we have requests and recommendations, and we went above. We almost doubled. We practically doubled with the implementation of the ballot boxes throughout our county, and we strategically got them out. I think we're changing midstream here. I would like to see consistency. Then there's an evaluation. We have a election advisory committee. We've got some citizens saying less, some saying more. The shifting and moving right now, and to county council's point, people, however many people voted or knew something was somewhere, and if it may be moved in proximity versus going into another city and then putting in more boxes and buying more, doing more. I'm just not sure if that's where we want to be. My opinion is we should be, as Supervisor Ding had pointed out, maintaining a level of consistency versus spawning more and new at midstream of an election.
We're not adding any. We're just moving. We're strategically moving 3 locations. So the one at the ROV warehouse only had 46 ballots, and it was in a very industrial area. So we're moving that to Taft Community Center to better serve South Stockton. The one at Lamelli Gardens was moved to Delta College because there was a request by Delta College. I have 2 additional boxes, but we could leave the Lamelli Gardens and add the one at Delta College. I mean, we made this agreement we are in the process with Delta College, and their entire student body requested the box. And so because it's our community college, we were trying to do the right thing and honor that. And so I would be okay if we want to put a 26 box. I just knew that our citizens were hearing the narrative that they don't want more drop boxes. So to me, I felt like I was being not thoughtful if I just put out the 20. I mean, I have the authority to do that, but is that the right thing to do? And that's where I fell on the idea of moving that one box that had inconsistent hours to Delta College.
Well, you have the authority based on the board approval.
We have the authority to install drop boxes. Well, you all gave me the authority to purchase 27, so I have 27 boxes. So if I, as the election official, the county election official, I could put it out there. Now, I would not do that without this board being apprised to that and agreeable to that. That's just not something I would do.
Okay, well, you've got two supervisors saying we should be more consistent versus adding more boxes.
Correct.
So if we're trending in the adding more, because you bought 27, but yet we've got an election advisory committee that is not unanimously supporting it and not in favor of more boxes, but even less boxes, but you want to add more, and you're telling us that you can add more boxes or that you will add more boxes based on request, that seems contradictory to what you might be getting from the board. I'm one supervisor, but I'd rather see levels of consistency versus spawning more and just keep expanding and doing more and more and more. If you're expanding the locations for voting, for the vote in person, and you've got drop boxes, you've got mailboxes, but then we've got to add more, I'm not sure that's where we want to go from the election advisory committee's recommendations and where the board is. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Through the chair, I agree with
Yes.
that. I wouldn't want to add additional boxes at this point, so I agree with that.
Okay, great. At this time, we're going to open public comment. If you have a comment or a question, please come forward.
Bobby Bivens again. My comment is, I think moving the one over to Taft Center is very good because there's a larger population in the area that it's being moved from. However, maybe a little voter education or a workshop or something needs to be done so people don't feel like it's being moved closer for one candidate or the other in the election down south. So that would be a suggestion.
Anyone else?
Well, hello again. Holly Moore here. So I would like, last time we had a larger in-person voting push, and I really like that. That was very good, and I think that needs to be continued for in-person voting. Number one, it's cheaper because there's no signature check required, so it takes, less man-hours to check a, in-person vote, of course. Also, chain of custody is more secure when you're voting in person, so that's a security issue. And then also it's faster counting, faster ballot count when you vote in person because there's no signature check. You just, get counted on the night of the election and that's it. So I think there should be a greater push for in-vote. I'm not saying to, stop mail-in ballots or anything like that, but I'm saying to push greater for in-person voting. And then also all machines, according to California law, are supposed to be disconnected from the internet. So, they're not supposed to be connected at all. So when we have the poll pads that we sign in on, when we vote in person and 7 minutes after we voted, we get a notification that we voted, that means that they're connected to the internet. The poll pads are connected against the law. So we need to disconnect those. And also too, when we have the Verity print and the Verity scan, if you can vote anywhere, then that means they're connected to the internet, that there's not just a paper poll pad, that these are tracking. So you couldn't go from one place and then go vote at another place too, because it would catch you. So that means they're connected to the internet because they're talking from one computer at one precinct to another computer at another precinct. So these need to be disconnected as well. We cannot have machines connected to the internet. Thank you, guys.
Anyone else? Please come forward.
Hello again. Okay. So I've actually been working with somebody and their Dropbox, and the contract is not signed. It hasn't gone to the city council yet. All right. She made, the ROV office was talking about voting centers.
We already talked about that. The board already decided to not do the Voter Choice Act, which is voting centers. So I don't know why that's being used. And when you do the system, if you can go anywhere to vote, that is a voting center. So that is not something we approved, and neither did you. So that needs to be stopped. You cannot go to a polling place anywhere to vote. You go to your polling place. Thank you.
You could clarify, Olivia, something for me here. That your sign-in pad, because Holly is 100% right, state law, but it's two different. What's connected to the internet is the sign-in sheet, right? Not the actual voting.
Yes, that's correct. The election management system and the poll pad are connected, so in real time, we know that a voter cast a ballot. The voting system is not connected to the internet. The poll pad with the gateway technology tells our election management system that there's voter history. It doesn't say how they voted or any of that. That's what the voting system does. They're two completely segregated items that are reconciled every single election in our ballot reconciliation process. They are not, the voting system is not connected to the internet as in alignment with state law. The poll pad is different, and you can look at the state certification. The way we're utilizing that is correct and accurate by state law.
Okay. Public comment is now closed.
Is there algorithms that are beamed into our voting things?
Absolutely not.
No, okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you both for being here. I appreciate it. Give us this update. Hey, the Dropbox cameras, you know, what you put on the screen here today, I mean, the image looks a lot better than what it was, and hopefully, you know, they're better than what we had, you know, knock on wood. But, you know, just looking at the image, just that nice stream, I mean, I thought about, I need to go do some more fishing, because that's what I was thinking about. But, you know I've been a big advocate for these cameras, and I think as Supervisor Canepa mentioned, you know, the integrity of the, you know, the system, that, you know, lets people actually go on there and see in real time. As we mentioned before, you know, and just because the camera doesn't capture somebody's full face doesn't mean you can't identify somebody. And, you know, unfortunately, people, you watch TV shows, cop shows, and they catch criminals by either getting their image somewhere like a traffic cam, their whole entire face, or, you know, you just need an ultraviolet light. I mean, that's what these cop shows, you know, think, so people think that's a, you know, how to capture people. But, you know, to identify misbehavior or suspects or whatever it may be, it's, you know, it boils down to old-fashioned police work. I mean, you have professionals in this profession, and they're really, really good at their job. And, you know, a lot of crimes are caught by just a very small piece of evidence that you wouldn't think anything of it. But because of the professionals that we have in our sheriff's department, our police departments, and so on, they're good at what they do. So, again, you know, just because you can't capture or you don't capture somebody's full face doesn't mean you can't solve something. And again, a lot of this is, you know, well, I'll just go ahead and leave it at that. So I like the system, and hopefully everything comes online and, you know, works as a manufacturer attendance too. So thank you. Thank you, Chair, for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the board? Supervisor Ding?
No, I'm gonna make a motion now.
Okay, great. Let's hear a motion.
I'd like to, what did Bobby say? I'd like to make a motion that we move the warehouse box to Taft Community Center and leave everything else alone, and then we can address it next election.
Okay, there's a first, is there a second?
Well, you just, we haven't agendized moving boxes. The only thing that was agendized was accepting the registrar's report. Supervisor Ding, you could make a motion to agendize that for the next meeting, and we can do that.
But I agendize, we just don't, they don't do anything. Go.
There,
Through the chair, I believe we already have an agreement in progress. If it's not signed at Delta College, we can look at that. That's not a problem. But the one at Escalon City Hall was signed. I have a signed agreement in my hand from the city council.
But the one is going out to Taft?
The one is going out to Taft, but that's getting moved from the ROV warehouse, so it's our warehouse. So we're moving it over to Taft from our warehouse. And
Did you really think that your ROV warehouse was like a huge need for a drop box? Like the election workers wouldn't know how to vote if you didn't have a drop box there?
we were trying to serve South Stockton. That was the only purpose of that. Yeah, that's what it was for.
All right.
Okay, we have a motion in place, correct?
well, I don't,
I'll make a
yeah,
motion to
accept,
accept.
it's been agendized to accept the report.
Okay.
Then I'll second it. Doesn't
we have a
matter which
first
way.
and a
Just
second.
vote.
We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Great.
Chair, just to be clear, so in order for any new box to go anywhere, and Mr. Bivens had talked about Taft and talking about Escalon, it comes back to the board.
The 25 boxes would not come back to the board. That we're just making those changes based on our ability to do that. But adding more boxes, I would definitely come back to this board to ensure that you guys were aware if we were adding additional.
So again, we're back to you're making changes as you see fit, not as the board would approve.
Not as I see fit, but at the request of Delta College and at the request of the South Stockton community. And I believe, and I don't mean this in a pompous way, but the way I'm understanding and reading the election code, that's what I'm supposed to be doing, is looking at the 25 that have been approved by this board, putting them where they best serve the community. So it would not be coming back to the board. Adding an additional one, and I don't mean it again in a pompous way, but because I was approved to purchase 27 drop boxes, the appropriations were allowed for that. I could put them out, but out of respect for this board, I would not do that. I would ensure that I brought any additional boxes more than the 25 to this board so you all were aware of it and you agreed with it.
Okay, well, taking a box from Lodi and bringing it to Stockton, I'm not in favor of, and I don't think you've gotten approval from somebody from Lodi. So if you're gonna operate in autonomy and do it in spite of what you're hearing sentiment from the board, maybe you wanna bring it forward for approval.
I believe we can do that if need be.
Through the chair, I think what Supervisor Patty, I'm asking you, Olivia, has it already been done? Has it been removed from Lodi to Delta?
It has not been removed yet, and I don't think we've signed the agreement with Delta.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing from the board is they would like to decide, but if I could ask through county council, do you believe through your elections code that you have authority to do that without board approval?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Yeah, and through the chair, I don't have the elections code in front of me, but my vague recollection is it delegates to the Register of Voters to make that decision. Obviously, the board, since the Register of Voters in this county is an appointed position, the board has a lot of influence, but technically, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I believe the elections code delegates that decision to the Register of Voters. And of course, in some counties, the Register of Voters is an elected official, and they can act with a lot more autonomy.
It's this phone here.
Okay, so we're good, right? Okay, great.
If I could just get
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
clarification.
Absolutely.
Chairman, so will you be bringing an item as requested by the board?
I didn't plan to bring an item, and we were waiting for the Delta College agreement to come in. I do know that the Escalon agreement is already signed, and Taft Community is just an MOU because it's county property. But if that Delta College agreement has not been signed and the request is to come back, if that's council, if that's the correct action I need to take, but I am referring to that elections code, and that's where I'm getting that authority, not to be acting on my own accord.
Yes, and through the chair, as I said, I don't have the elections code in front of me, but I believe you're correct in thinking it's been delegated to you as a Register of Voters that make that decision. You, of course, as a Register of Voters, have the discretion to seek feedback from the board with respect to those decisions, if you wish to do so.
Okay.
So for Delta College, we could bring that at the next board meeting.
I would recommend that you at least seek board, because it's in the entire board. I would like, yeah, please.
Okay. Good, we're good to go?
No, you don't have to amend anything.
I believe, no, there's no need to amend your motion. Nope.
To be clear, through the chair, I'm accepting board direction to bring back the Delta College agreement for approval by this board if they so choose at this point.
Through the chair, my understanding is the motion was simply to accept the report. If you want to agendize bringing back that issue for the board's input, you don't need direction to do that. You can simply do it.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think we're good, right? Yep. Okay, have a good day, thank you. Moving on to item number 9, E2D2, approved reallocation for $839,222 from the Small Business Assistant Grant Program, an approved sole source agreement with California Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce of implementation of the Learn to Certify program and related budget adjustments. We have Patricia Version and Nicole Snyder.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again, Chairman Villapudua, board members, CEO Sandy Regalo, and County Council, Patty Virgin, Executive Director for the Employment and Economic Development Department. With me is my deputy, Nicole Snyder. We are here to propose reallocation of some remaining ARPA funds to the Small Business Development Center. Les Fong will be doing a presentation on the Learn to Certify program. So it's been a long day, so we're going to go ahead and let Les get started.
Great. Should I? Thank you. Chair, supervisors, have a great appreciation for all you do for the county, especially since being here since 9 a.m. It's like, wow, you guys really know your stuff. So as you know, I'm, well, okay, except for Paul. As you know, I'm a director on the Regional Transit District. So this program is really near and dear to me. And it really came about because of my time on the RTD board. When procurement would offer items such as our $65 million maintenance facility, one of my first questions is, are we buying locally, and are we meeting our federal mandates to purchase from disadvantaged businesses? In asking the questions, I found that many small businesses lack the ability to navigate the certification process. And it's not just in our agency, but others as well. So the program that we built basically handholds participants through not only getting certified, but also in the bidding process, and most importantly, how to be competitive in their bids. So our Learn to Certify process are in-person workshops. We have them set up, the participants set up Google Drives to house documents. Then we incrementally start with the easiest program to get certified, and then they build upon that as they go through each of the certification portals. Within the workshops, we encourage a cohort approach for the participants to work together. Our trainer is Spanish speaking, so for those that have limited command of the English language, we're able to help them. We also give at least 15 hours of advising, one-on-one advising, to further ensure that they have the best possibility of success. So benefits are not only opportunities for government contracting, but if you take a look at AB 2019, where 25% of state contracts need to go to small or disadvantaged businesses. And currently, there's legislation for that to extend even into the local level. But also, we're finding that the private sector also is looking at embracing diversity in procurement.
So certified small businesses and disadvantaged businesses are eligible up to 5% incentive to bid on these particular grants. So we help our participants go through these three certifying agencies, the Department of General Services, Caltrans, and the California Public Utilities Commission. And what we do is we help start them with the easiest, which is the General Services Department. And they build a portfolio. They put it in their web drive, and then they apply for the certification. Then we take them to the Caltrans certification, and they build upon what they created and put into their Google Drive, and they apply for that. And then finally, we take them to the California Public Utilities Commission for theirs. These are the certifications that we have our businesses apply for. The micro businesses, disabled veteran business if it's applicable, disadvantaged businesses such as women-owned businesses, minority businesses, and the holy grail is the SBA 8A certifications. We also explain to them the code identifiers. When you're a business, you have and you're going after government contracts, you have a code identifier, and it's very cumbersome. A lot of our businesses don't understand how do you identify your business. So we literally walk them through that process. We help them through Cali Procure, Planet Bid, the San Joaquin County procurement sites, along with the City of Stockton business sites. And as they bid on these items, they save it to their Google Drive so that the next time they bid, they have documents that they can go to, ready for the next bid. Now, it all comes down to Supervisor Patty's. How do we know it works? Well, we got a grant through the City of Stockton to pilot this program. And our goal, and it was basically a 6-month program, was to get 70 businesses to run through the program. We actually ran 122 businesses through the program. And of those 122, 67 were brand new businesses. So we taught them not only how to get started, but we also helped them create their websites. We assisted them with bonding, access to capital, and we actually introduced them to procurement officers at various bidding or various entities. For example, we had a procurement fair in the city of Tracy, where we had the San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission with their $1.2 billion in contracts. The Sacramento Airport, where they had $1.3 billion in concessionary contracts. We had Sacramento RT, San Joaquin RTD. We had SJ PAC participating, which included Delta College. So we had all these organizations there. And the clients that ran through this program, the vendors were amazed that these guys actually came prepared. They said it was probably one of the best events that they've ever attended, where the participants actually came with capability statements, they came asking the right questions, and they knew what they were talking about when they were talking to these procurement officers. So of these 122 people, 88 people actually received micro-business certifications. 7 of them actually received disabled veteran certifications. 54 have pending applications for minority-owned businesses. 14 women-owned businesses were awarded, and 1 person with disability got awarded a certification. We also have 38 disadvantaged business enterprise that are pending through Caltrans, and we got actually 3 disadvantaged business enterprise certificates that got awarded by Caltrans. Federal identifiers, we got 74 businesses were issued UEI numbers, which is makes them eligible for federal grants, awards, and contracts. And 67 businesses were issued cage codes in the city of Stockton. And again, this was just for the city of Stockton because it was a grant for the city of Stockton. And why I took it to Nicole and Patty that I'd love to be able to take it countywide. Currently, we have 17 businesses that have submitted their SBA 8A applications, and that is the holy grail of certifications that you can take anywhere in the United States. So what does that mean? How does that impact us? To Tom's point. Okay, so far to date, after 6 months, 7 participants were awarded contracts. The businesses have secured 1 to 3 year contracts totaling $780,000. For example, AA Signs and Images, they received or won a bid for $450,000. Devil Dog Vending Machine, which when he came through our program, he wanted to do silk screening of T-shirts. Well, when we took him to the various bidding sites, he goes, oh, I can do vending machines. We introduced them to Sacramento Airport, right, for their concessions event. He just got a contract, a 3-year contract for the Sacramento Airport for $150,000 for putting in his vending machines. And he just emailed me 2 days ago that he got a contract through Sonora State Hospital to put a vending machine there. OTM Wholesale got a 3-year distribution contract for $55,000. Dirt Nurses got a 3-year contract to the Port of Stockton for $75,000, and they got another 2-year contract, and she didn't tell me who it was, for $50,000. That is the power of what we're doing in helping businesses get certified. And my goal is to help as many small businesses in our county to be able to compete for some of our local procurement opportunities. I just talked to Stacy at the Regional Rail Commission, and again, she has $1.2 billion in construction projects in our area. She wanted to set aside $20 million in Lathrop for local businesses. By running our clients through this program, we can make that happen. Our airport director was talking, and I think he was talking to Tom. He said, I'd love to build the $24 million for our terminal project. I'd love to be able to spend that locally, but we didn't know how to do it. This would be one method where we actually walk the participants through them, and it's not just, again, having them bid, it's making them bid ready and making them competitive when they do their bids. So that in a nutshell is our program. Motion to approve. Thank you.
Almost done, almost done.
Couple more slides. Bless you. All right. Good afternoon. Nicole Snyder, Deputy Director, E2D2. Talking a little bit about the budget. Thank you, Les, for that introduction of the program and the results from the City of Stockton. The great thing about this program is we'll be able to implement this program countywide. So it's not going to be just focused in Stockton. It'll focus throughout the county and all the cities. The administration and expenses will include at least 10 cohorts throughout the county, and then we'll serve an estimated 280 participants for the program. And the best thing about it is they get the one-on-one sessions that are specified to whatever and tailored to whatever their business needs are. So that's what the SBDC will do. As the budget mentions here, they'll have the cohort expenses. The cohort expenses will include training hours, trainer hours, videos, printing, supplies, and administration of the program. And then, of course, I mentioned the business sessions already. And then E2D2 will manage the program oversight, marketing, outreach, reporting obligations, and things of that nature.
Okay, so now Supervisor Patty. The recommendation is that this board authorize the reallocation and related budget adjustments in the amount of $839,222 from the Small Business Assistant Grants Program to San Joaquin County Learn to Certify program to provide countywide development and certification program for small businesses and to fund program administrative cost, including reimbursement of staff time within the Employment and Economic Development Department budget number. And also approve a sole source agreement with the California Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce, the host of the San Joaquin Small Business Development Center, in the amount of $789,222 to implement the San Joaquin County Learn to Certify program. And finally, authorize EEDD Executive Director or designee to execute the agreement with the California Chamber of Commerce for the Learn to Certify program. And we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Ding. I'm sorry, I got locked out.
Good afternoon. My questions don't so much pertain to the great work of the program, but its process. And I'm still, I guess, learning, so this is Teach Steve Ding hour. Why, whenever I see sole source, my ears go up, anyway. I guess I'm trying to understand why it goes through the Asian Chamber, other than we just all like you. Is it because, why wouldn't the county be doing this themselves? Why not all, what? Well, this is what I'm asking, but why, I don't understand this is why I'm asking for a teaching moment here. Why is the funds being from the county to a chamber? That's what I don't understand.
Okay, yeah, and it's kind of hard to understand the levels that I belong to. So my organization is the Small Business Development Center. The lead center that runs 18 of the small business development centers is Cal Poly Humboldt. And what they do is to get people to actually operate the small business development centers, they set it out to bid. For 30 years, San Joaquin Delta College operated the Small Business Development Center, which it's the center that actually came up with this particular program. It went out to bid, and 2 years ago, the California Asian Chamber actually won the bid. So California Asian Chamber is actually my host. They're my fiscal agent for the Small Business Development Center. I've set up, and again, because Cal Asian Chamber's in Sacramento, they don't know our community. I'm second generation Stocktonian. I know this community. So when they asked me to become director, I said, sure. When I did that, I also knew that I wanted to be an extension of what Patty and Nicole is. I felt that the Small Business Development Center, where we offer one-on-one advising to help small businesses either get a business license, access to capital, business plans, that's all something that I should be doing to help the county do. So I set up my agency as an extension of what she does. And that's why I'm paying rent to be in her office. So to kind of answer your question, it's sole source, and the reason it's, Nicole said, well, is there anybody else doing what we're doing? Not to the extent that we're doing. We literally handhold businesses through that certification process. Then we have an access to capital. If they need to get a loan, if they get a contract, we help them get a loan. We make them credit ready. And then we help them with marketing. And then we introduce them to procurement. We have procurement fairs. Nobody else does that.
That answers it. That was probably my question was, You know, I mean, are we, not, you know, duplicative? I mean, as, you know, the money train comes to an end here in the next couple of years and we're cutting, are we duplicating other programs, you know, that are, you know, already out there? Are we picking and choosing winners and losers? But no, you answered my question. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Senator Canepa?
So, through the chair, so where is this money being reallocated from?
The E2D2 received money to do small business assistant grants through COVID, through ARPA. So we did not use all of that money. We did 4 rounds of grants and we had money left over. So it's reallocation of funding that was already allocated to our department to support small business.
Okay, and your recommendation is to do this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Are you guys all down? I'm open public comment. Okay. Public comment, anyone like to comment? Questions, comments? I see none. Bring it back to the board.
Motion to approve as.
Second.
We got a motion and a second, and we have a vote, please.
Doing an excellent job, thank you.
Can you do a roll call vote? My computer's down, please.
Supervisor Ding? Yes or no on the motion? Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Villapadua?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And moving on to item number 10, Public Health Services. Approval and authorization of purchasing director to sign agreements with 14 community organizations for the Community Health Network Development Project for the period of September 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025 for a total amount of $1.895 million. We have Emergency Disease Program Manager Melissa Yagu. How you doing today?
Sorry. It's actually Melissa Yago, just so you know. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Villapadua, Supervisors, County Council, CAO Regalo. I'm Melissa Yago with the Emerging Diseases Program at Public Health Services. Thank you so much for allowing me to come back to share about the proposed Community Health Network Development Project. Oh, it's going to be less than that, sir. No problem. In keeping with San Joaquin County Public Health Services' mission to improve the health of everyone in throughout our county, the Emerging Diseases Program, which we call EDP, leads the preparation and response activities to outbreaks, surges, and emergencies regarding county residents' health. Currently, our focus includes tuberculosis, West Nile virus, valley fever, and extreme heat, and that's just for the summer. Within the last 2 years, we have responded to monkeypox, measles, baby formula shortage, and Ebola. And with an eye on the future, we are preparing for a potential H5N1, the avian flu influenza transmission from animal to human this fall. Always on the ready for any bioterrorism events and monitoring emerging illnesses that have yet to be detected in California, such as dengue fever and hantavirus due to international travel. With every response, our unit analyzes what worked well and what could be improved. Throughout our experiences to the disease outbreak surges and emergencies, the 2 items that consistently hinder response efforts are 1, communications with our community, and 2, procuring urgently needed resources, including human resources. The EDP team developed the Community Health Network Development Project to address both challenges by creating a systematic change through a community-based approach. Community, faith, and nonprofit organizations are trusted voices within their served populations. Their unique cultural and linguistic knowledge not only engages but inspires actions. This project establishes partnerships with 14 of these entities throughout the county to build capacity in public health communications, outreach, disease mitigation, and volunteer management. During the 6-month period, the awardees will complete several milestones demonstrating their abilities to partner with public health during these times of crisis. These activities include aiding in content development and sharing of public health-related messages, coordinating 2 community outreach events focused on disease education, and distribute 1,000 eye health test kits each. As their final grant milestone, awardees will sign an evergreen MOU agreeing to be available to complete similar activities during health events that may occur beyond the CHNDP award period. Additionally, 13 of the 14 awardees have agreed to the optional activity to train and register up to 10 volunteers each within their served communities as either disaster healthcare volunteers or disaster service workers. As experienced in previous response efforts, obtaining qualified personnel during an urgent need can be a time-consuming bureaucratic process. And currently, San Joaquin County lacks an organized, robust emergency volunteer base. Using the CHNDP model, up to 130 residents will be trained, vetted, and registered in the Cal OES volunteer program for future activations in San Joaquin County. These volunteers may be called upon immediately activated during any emerging event in the county, including flooding and wildfires. The 14 awardees span an expertise from a rural fire district to a children's museum to those tending to vulnerable populations and represent each supervisorial district. We are hopeful that they will be the first of several cohorts piloting the Community Health Network. The success of this initial project will determine future awards to other organizations as we have funding available through June 2026. The awardees, as trusted voices, directly engage their served populations, ensuring their messages and actions not only reach the intended audience, but also resonate, create impact, and instill trust. Investing in these organizations' ability to connect with their diverse populations ensures reliable, culturally competent information and services will be shared with those that may need them most. Enlisting those from the community to support their county in times of crisis fosters resilience and empowerment. And at its core, CHNDP will strengthen San Joaquin County residents' health knowledge and decision-making in the face of disease and emerging events. Last time we were here, it was requested that we include some examples of messaging that the awardees may share with their served populations. We will collaborate with the organizations to ensure the communications will resonate with their communities in language and content. This up here, with our wonderful cow, is an example of a social media post educating about the connection between raw milk and H5N1 and the avian influenza. This is another example of a flyer also addressing H5N1 and connection with raw or undercooked food products. And yet another example of a flyer with information promoting the health product vending machine locations located throughout the county, offering hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes, and other items at no cost to the end user. In conclusion, we look forward to seeing the health impacts these organizations will have on San Joaquin County. Thank you again for this opportunity to share about the Community Health Network Development Project.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Betty?
Scott, I just want to say thank you for taking the time with me yesterday to walk through the program.
Okay, at this time, I'll open public comment. Oh, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just real quick, thank you both for bringing this back. And, I think it looks great and, clarified some of the information that this board was concerned about last time. So I think this is tight and looks good. And only question I have for you, then I'll stop. But, the bird flu, like 2 years ago or 2 or 3 years ago, you heard, if you get the bird flu, it's mild symptoms and so on. And then, I was watching something the other day, and they were talking about the bird flu. It was like a doom and gloom kind of thing. Like, God, you better not get this, and nobody wants to get it. But if you do get it, is it the symptoms pretty mild?
Through the chair to Supervisor Rickman, the symptoms so far have been either pink eye because they've been transferred from cow milk to farmer through
a liquid splash to the eye, but also respiratory flu-like symptoms. There haven't been any deaths reported.
Okay, I just wanted, people to clarify that. And I also want to say thank you to the organizations that are here, Outreach and so on. And I work with many of them, like the Sea Community and Mountain House and so on, that have done an excellent job. So, thank you all. And again, thank you guys for the hard work you do. And Chair, I will yield my time and turn it back over to you.
Anyone, did I do public comment? I forget.
Not yet. I'm just going to, Chair, just to give it before public comment. I just want to compliment, thank you, and all of the representatives here. This is a fantastic example of public-private partnership. So thank you all. This is, I know you've been a long, patient day with us, but we got here and we're glad that you are here. So thank you very much. Job well done for this presentation.
Thank you. Public comment. Anyone like to come forward and ask the board any questions or comments? I see none. I'll close public comment and bring back to the board.
Hey, real quick,
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
I just want to ask you, like raw milk, like for example, if Supervisor Patty has a bunch of raw milk in his refrigerator, is that something I should report or no? I'm just wondering. Thank you. He doesn't though. I just
And the raw milk came from Supervisor Rickman's uncertified cow that he keeps in his backyard. Without a county permit.
There it is.
Is there a motion to,
Second.
we got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please? About time Canada did something today. Yeah.
Supervisor Ding? Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty? Yes. Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Chairman Villalpudua?
Yes, motion closes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs.
Okay. We can adjourn the meeting now, and we'll see you guys on August 26th. Thank you very much. Good job, TV. That was a good idea. Hey.